need to... Oh. I need to freshen myself. Oh wow. Hold on. Your channel. Whoop. Live chat. Whoa. Alright. We're doing it like that. Maybe I'll use the new camera as the stream camera as well. Okay. Alright. I am here. Oh my gosh, no. I did not break into your house. Hold on. Hey. Hello. Welcome. Hello, welcome. Now we're waiting for Socialix. Also, our new goal is reaching $1,100. That's the new goal. Okay? The new goal is to reach $1,100. That's my estimated budget for the equipment that I need. And then I'm headed out there to do my ambitions. Holy crap, my hair looks very weird. Clumpy. Bumpy. Oh my gosh. I better get myself under control. Yes, fake Alec Parker established this budget for me. Hold on, let's just calm down for now. Oh my god, dry shampoo. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat something. How many people are watching? How many people chose President Sunday over me? I know you people. Jesus. Ugh. It's cold. My dinner is cold. By the way, I actually forgot to say something interesting about the people that I interviewed when I was last in Ukraine. A lot of them basically told me, 2 out of 3 told me, when the war started, I lived for X amount of months in Poland. And I speak some Polish. The psychologist told me that she lived in Poland for 4 months at the beginning of the invasion. Hello. When I entered the bus to Poland, to Warsaw, the bus lady sort of saw my passport, because they always check your passport. So that was a Polish passport and was like, thank you very much, and I would like to first and foremost thank you very much for all the help that Polish people do for our country. Did and still do. Are you here, Zoshilix? Have a story to tell. Have a special story to tell. Just for Zoshilix. Zoshilix has been talking about a thing for a very long time. Since forever. Okay? Zoshilix has been talking about a thing since forever. So, like during my streams. Raising a topic. And I've been like, you know? And today, I met with my best friend. I met with my best friend in a restaurant that he owns, just as it so happens. And my best friend was like, I'm going to Vietnam soon. I'm going to be in Vietnam for Christmas. So, I got you a little something. And we're going to be doing an unboxing of that something, sort of, kind of, because he unboxed us. And he already sort of filled it up, but I got this as a gift today. Look. It's one of those things that you were always talking about. For emulation. It's actually really, really cool. It actually has a really, really nice screen. Really, really nice feeling analog sticks. And I tried some of the games and it feels really nice to play on this thing. The platforms that I have on this are Sega Mega Drive, Sega CD, Sega Dreamcast. I've got Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64. I've got PlayStation 1. Apparently this cannot run the PlayStation 2, but it can run quite a lot. I played Sonic Adventure on this. It's pretty cool. And this has quite a few ports, as you can see. So you can actually plug this to the monitor. I can plug this to the monitor and play on the monitor as well. It's really cool. Technically speaking, I could play on this and maybe stream my gameplay while, stream the gameplay on stream if I plug it correctly or something. I think so. I think it's possible. It's a pretty awesome gift. My friend told me, you're going to Ukraine. You go to Ukraine very often, so play this on the bus. Use this on the bus. Since you go to Ukraine so often. Pretty cool. And this, it's model no, yeah, it's like Anna Ernik. Anna Ernik. Yeah, it's an Anna Ernik. Wow. Pretty cool. Really happy with this gift. And that is why I told you to come to this stream. Because I wanted you to see this. Because you've always told me about how cool those things are. And now I've been gifted it. Now I've been... No, it says here. Look. I can show it. It literally says Anaernic. It doesn't say Ambernic. It says Inaernic. It says so here. It won't focus. See? See? You can see it more or less. Right? Listen. There's a Polish saying that you should not look into the mouth of a gifted horse. Or rather, you do not look at the teeth of a gifted horse. Hmm? And so I choose not to look into the teeth of a gifted horse. It's a gifted horse, okay? It's a gift. Also, if you really, really like what I do, which right now is eating dinner and bragging about a new gift, then consider donating or subscribing, because right now I have a goal. I have picked up all the cool equipment and I have a budget. I have a budget, and that budget is exactly $1,100 USD. 1,100 USD dollars. That's my budget. Budget is a Polish word, actually. Budget. Repeat it after me. Budget. You can learn Polish on these streams. Budżet. Mój budżet to $1,100. Więc mniej więcej 4,400 zł. Oh, you can also play Morrowind. I could, couldn't I? I'm just gonna stick to Sonic Adventure, I think. Or Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which I hated in the past. Hello, Malaki. You're white! This is your chance! Drop your whiteness and help me get my dream equipment. Hello. What I need is $1,100, which I actually, believe it or not, have most of the amount. I actually have most of the amount. God, it felt like such a disappointment. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance felt like such a disappointment. Like, the original was so serious, it had a great story, it had a great gameplay. And suddenly you had Final Fantasy Tactics. I jumped into it all excited and was like, excuse me, what is this? I hate to say it. I mean, I don't hate to say it, but I really hate to say it, but Final Fantasy Tactics felt like Squaresoft. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance felt like Square Enix. It's true. I'm sorry, there's no other way to put it. There's no other way to put it, to describe it, that feeling inside. Could be worse, Final Fantasy 13. I know people that genuinely love Final Fantasy 13, so make of that what you will. I know people that genuinely love it and defended it with all of their heart. They even said that it was the best one. So, you know, those people exist. It's basically the equivalent of saying that that movie, that Final Fantasy movie that almost bankrupted Square or something, was great. Spirits Within? Final Fantasy Spirits or something? I don't even remember the title anymore. of that Final Fantasy movie that Sakaguchi made and wrecked the whole. And I don't know. Some say that that movie forced the merger of Square and Enix to begin with. So some say that there's a theory that sort of floats around. That was the thing that sort of hastened the process, at least, to say the least. So yeah, he tanked that deliberately to get away from it all. It's... You've been watching that parody video on YouTube in which the real Sakaguchi actually starred, which was pretty funny to begin with. But if he wanted to get away from it all, then why would he start Mistwalker? With all the games that probably nobody has heard of. How many of you have played Blue Dragon? Admit it. How many of you have played Blue Dragon? Any raised hand? How many of you have heard of Blue Dragon? Tier 1 subscription, thank you very much. You finished the original FF Tactics and defeated Ultima? No. We are still playing the original FF Tactics. I have to finish all the bar... I have to finish all the bar side quests, and then I can move on with the story. Okay? I have to finish all the bar adventure side quests. That's the most important thing for me right now. I'm unfamiliar with Blue Dragon. So Blue Dragon is like a game that feels like Dragon Ball because the design is made by Akira Toriyama, and it's about kids in a fantasy setting that have those blue shadows that come out of them, and they use them to fight. Hence the name Blue Dragon. Oh. So yeah, Blue Dragon. And a few other games that he's made with uh, Mistwalker. I mean, come on. If he was so tired of Final Fantasy, then why did he move on to make the game and again? Again. You just became white. I don't know. Maybe your subscription just ended. So, if he hated making Final Fantasy, then riddle me this. Why did he move on to create Mistwalker and make a game literally called The Last Story? He made a game called The Last Story in Mistwalker. Last Story? Come on. Sort of, not exactly. The Last Story? Which, how many of you have heard of The Last Story? Be honest with me. There is no one FF universe. Every single Final Fantasy game is its own story, it's its own universe. There is no FF universe. Every game is its own new story and a new universe. They're not connected. There's no Final Fantasy multiverse. Or at least there hasn't been. Apart from Kingdom Hearts, I guess. But that doesn't count, really, does it? I mean Dissidia, but I don't count that. I don't really count that. That's true. So, has any of you heard of the Last Story game, and what platform it came out on? Last Story. What is it, and what platform did it come out on? I will ask you while I will in the background play the last boss music for The Last Story, because it's pretty cool. And it's composed by the Final Fantasy composer, okay? Which, game called Last Story. The music composer is the Final Fantasy composer. Interesting. Very curious. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Alright. This is the last boss. So, anybody? Last Story? I'm sorry, it's called The Last Story. Maybe this music will shake up your memory. I finished this game, by the way. This isn't a Squaresoft game. It's a Mistwalker game. The Last Story was not made by Squaresoft or Square Enix. It was made by Mistwalker. Yeah. Sakaguchi left Square Enix, started a whole new company called Mistwalker, and made a game called The Last Story, while utilizing the Final Fantasy composer. Come on. It's not tied now. I don't think, weirdly enough, none of the Mistwalker games ended up being a huge success. This game was really good, by the way. It was on the Wii. Nobody answered correctly. Nobody answered at all. This game came out on the Wii. It was really good. At first, for a long time, there was only a Japanese version, and then an English version came out. But by the time the English version came out, I already finished the Japanese one. I wonder if this little thing can run the Wii. It cannot run the PlayStation... Well, whatever. It's a pretty good track, by the way. It is a pretty good track, this last boss theme. You will agree, right? I almost wanna spoil who the last boss of this game is. It's a big twist. You learn the identity of the last boss of this game at the very, very last second, right before you fight them. And it's like this twist. You know? Should I spoil it for you? Ruin everything? Don't. Okay, I will not. Oops. Apologies, my mom's calling me. Apologies, my mom called me about a thing. So yes, that's been the music for the last story. So how is everyone right now? How's everybody feeling about the things that have transpired? How do you feel? How are your feelings? Jesus Christ. That is hard for me to believe, but wow. I mean, it happens. It happens. It happens with the experts of the world that don't have an accent, a Polish accent. I should have been a cis man with an American accent. Maybe then I'd have a bigger audience. Ugh. Jesus. I cannot believe this. Oh. Is my dog's finger broken?
Czy mój pies ma złamany palec? Jeżeli przyjrzycie się łapom czworonogów, możecie dostrzec palec, który jest położony wyżej niż pozostałe. To tak zwany wilczy pazur. Częściej występuje na przednich łapach niż na tylnych, czasami może pojawić się również podwójny. Wilczy pazur jest uważany za pozostałość po dalekich przodkach psa, zwanych miacis, przypominających łasicę. Miacis zamieszkiwał lasy i używał piątego pazura do wspinania się po drzewach.
No way, really? Wow, she has a cape. Jesus.
Z ewolucją i zmianą środowiska.
That's literally a cape. That is so cool. And I'm not even showing you. I'm so mean. My friend is wearing a cape on her video and I'm not even showing you. How cool. Hey Lucy, I was reading more about the latest news on that game, This War of Mine, that I mentioned, and they're doing another fundraiser apparently. All studio proceeds from Forget Celebration will be donated to support our charity partners, and this Anniversary Initiative, War Child, Amnesty International, Liberty Ukraine, Indie Games, Poland. Wait, it's a Polish game? Wait, that's a Polish game? Hold on. That's a Polish game by a Polish studio or something? No way. No way. Can that be? You're kidding, right? I'm gonna check if I have that game. The title feels so familiar. I'm gonna show you my friend's cape, by the way. I'm gonna show you my friend's cape. Look. It's literally a cape.
Życia pazur stracił swoją pierwotną funkcję. U współczesnych psów nie odgrywa on już.
So I guess there was this ancestor of dogs. You know how there's this side finger on a dog's paw? This is what this short is explaining. I'm gonna give you the TLDR of the short, okay? So there used to be there's this, if you have a dog, you've probably noticed that they have this side finger on their paw. Here.
Również
See, she's showing it here, right? And apparently the ancestors of dogs were these little things that were a bit like weasels. Those were the ancestors of dogs. And they had this side finger to climb trees. And now it's just useless. It's just a reminder of those times when dogs were weasels and I guess climbed trees. Hello, Szczepan Kobylarz. Do you watch MC Kwadrat? Do you watch a channel called MC Kwadrat? Do you know MC Kwadrat, Szczepan Kobylarz?
Łasice. Miacis zamieszkiwał lasy i używał
She's wearing a cape.
piątego pazura do wspinania się po
Can I
drzewach.
believe she's wearing a cape? That is so cool.
Wraz z ewolucją i zmianą środowiska życia pazur stracił swoją pierwotną funkcję. U współczesnych psów nie odgrywa on już kluczowej roli. Wilczy pazur może być połączony z ciałem tylko skórą, przez co jest bardzo ruchomy i lata we wszystkie strony. Gdy jest połączony kością i więzadłami, może pomagać psu w stabilizacji łapy podczas biegu lub przydawać się przy chwytaniu kości i innych przedmiotów.
It can have bones, but it doesn't always have bones. Sometimes it's just skin. It sounds familiar. How can I not remember it? It's a science channel run by a Vietnamese girl called Huen. It's like the Polish Vsauce.
Czy zastanawialiście się kiedyś, czy mój pies ma złamany palec? Jeżeli przyjrzycie się
Well, that's it. Interesting, huh? Maybe seeing the creator will jog your memory if you know MC Kwadrat. Did it? Did it jog your memory? I'm gonna check if I have that game also. That war of mine. Library, community, library. Oh my gosh. That's why I don't remember it. You're the only Polak I watch. Oh my gosh! That's right! Oh my gosh. Szczepan Kobylarz, do you speak Polish? I'm just gonna ask you right now. Do you speak Polish, Szczepan Kobylarz? Tak, oczywiście, że mówię po polsku. Jak pani śmie do mnie z takimi pytaniami? Well, you just called me a Polak, okay? I can forgive such a thing too. I can forgive such a thing from an English speaker that does not speak Polish, okay? But Polak, as you know, if you speak Polish, is a gendered word that means a Polish guy. Polak. You have a gender word for a Polish woman, Polka, don't you? Hmm? Huh? I can forgive a person that does not speak English for using the Polak thing. But a Polish speaker knows that Polak is a guy gendered word. Hmm? What do you have to say now? Okay, I have to check. That war of... I don't have that war of mine. The words are not that long. Have you heard German? I can't find it. What is the title of the game? Yes, like Polka the Dance. I lived in the UK for longer than Poland and was spelled like CK. That's an English spelling, not Polish. I know it's a Polish. I know it's an English spelling, but it doesn't change the fact that Polak is still a gendered word. It's just that English speakers just don't know or care about it because English is not gendered the same way. So they just use Polak for everybody, but to my ear it will always sound gendered. You know? Szczepan. This war of mine. I'm writing that war of mine. Okay, I'm gonna check in the library again, because I've been looking for that war of mine. Nope, still don't have it. Wait, oh wait, no, still don't have it. It's so expensive though. Someone wants to gift it to me. It's, you know. Oh wow, Steam is not working. This war of mine forget celebrations charity DLC. There's a charity DLC coming up. Liberty Ukraine. Wow, pretty cool. My son is English and tried to call me Steven. Oh my gosh. Also, Szczepan Kobylarz, I'm sorry to be that person, but if you could join the page lucyhaze.org/live, I already have a decided budget on how much I need to get a camera. Okay, what I'm looking to buy is, I will tell you right now, okay? Can I tell you my plans? I want to buy a body, a camera body that comes with a lens. That is a lifesaver that this camera comes with a lens. Camera, lens, memory card, gimbal, bag. Apparently I can get all of this for $1,100. So that's my goal. $1,100. I also need your help, Lucy. How can I help you? So, if you wish to support me in this goal, join the page. And then I will go and interview people using better things than a phone. There you go. I also need your help is such a Polish thing to say. Now I know you're Polish. I'm proud of you. That is a very Polish answer to give. I need your help. I'm proud. I'm here already. But you're white. Just like Greater ain't. You're white. You should not be white. Being white is a sin in the face of God. My friend gets so many messages that say, I've watched your channel when I was a child, and now I'm an adult, and I still watch your channel. Isn't that sort of a cool thing to get in your comments in your YouTube? I've been watching your channel since I was like 13, and now I'm 18 plus, and I'm still your fan. That is so cool. My students were a fan of her channel. Like, it was such a surreal experience when I taught at a language school. I had a class of 3 girls, and suddenly they started talking among themselves about my friend's channel, how cool it is, and if they saw the newest sort of episode or something. And I was like, because they were talking about her as if she was some sort of high celebrity, which is interesting because there's a lot of talk that YouTubers, etc., don't really make it into the broader consciousness, broader, mainstream, that ask a person on the street who washes or whatever, they will never know. But then I sort of started working as a teacher, and my students would be talking among themselves, yeah, have you watched the newest thing of MC Quadrat? Have you seen the new episode? And I'd be like, wow, damn. It's like, damn. They treat her like some sort of a celebrity, but she's just her in my eyes. Like a regular person. A very regular person. What did I teach? English. I actually taught English. I don't teach now, but I taught English. I'm a certified English teacher, believe it or not. I have the qualification to teach children, adults, and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. You can teach it. Yeah, that's right. Oh boy. Makes sense. Does it? I hope so. I hope it all makes sense. So now. President Sunday. Wake up, babe! New Jordan Peterson just dropped. Wow. You. It's the same title. It's the same title as yesterday. Your English is excellent? How come you don't teach anymore? Your English is. Is it? I don't teach anymore because I became a professional streamer, of course. I stream. Aren't I like a great streamer? And I'm an aspiring journalist. That is why I said when I was leaving Ukraine, when the guy on the border was like, the border patrolman was like, Why did you go to Ukraine? I was like, to do interviews. And the person was like, interviews? You're a journalist? Aspiring. And that was it. Didn't you get bullied as a teacher? I did. By why? I did get bullied by this one group of spoiled little runts. Oh, don't remind me, please. It was a horrible experience. Ugh. It was this group of spoiled little runts. I was like, you pay to be here. Your parents frigging pay for you to be here. This is not a public school. This is a private whatever. Whatever. You're the #1 Polish trans streamer. I know. Is that a cool title to have? I'm the #1 Okay, I have to add the necessary caveats. I am the #1 Polish Jewish political trans streamer. And that's a fact. Jack. I'm the #1 Polish. Why are you mad, Filip August? What happened? Why are you angry? Babe, wake up. Is it worth it? No. Uh-oh. I guess I'm not getting the Warcraft remasters then. Someone just said it's not worth it. I cannot argue with that. I cannot argue with the fact that it's not worth it. Mad at those kids. If you're mad at those kids, consider donating, because I have a budget that I need, and that budget is exactly $1,100. $1,100 is what I need. Chad, do you hate? Don't hate. My mom has taught students who I think I'd be scared of. True. That's why we need a revolution. No more spoiled bullies at school. True. So we have a great donation opportunity for you. Wait, what is the great donation opportunity? Listen, I need $1,100. That's my budget, according to fake Alec Cal Parker. I almost have the full amount. I actually don't need. I don't need to get $1,100. I need to have that much in total. But honestly speaking, I almost have it. God. Okay. Whatever. Like a Pavlov's dog or something. Forget I said that. Where are you getting the camera from? The store? Why? I think I'll be getting it from the store. Maybe it'll be a bit cheaper if it was used, but I'd probably get it from the store. It's a Sony. It's a Sony camera. It's pretty cheap and comes with a lens. Okay. Gotcha. I joke though that if one of those kids ends up being the next, well, every stream is boring until December 1st. Destiny, 9.4 thousand viewers. Why does Destiny have so many rigging viewers? Oh, wait, is Destiny talking to Anastasia?
Oh, Israel genocide, blah blah blah, like all of that, right? And why is it okay to do with Ukraine? We didn't even fucking attack them first. So
yeah, I mean that's what they I mean it's
I mean, technically speaking, some claim that Poland attacked Germany first at the start of World War II. I went to Great Britain. I read a history book where it read German soldiers allegedly dressed up as Polish soldiers to organize an attack on a radio station a day before Germany invaded Poland. Allegedly. I was like, allegedly? Really? British history book? Really? Allegedly? You. Allegedly. Not good. It was not good. Also, I hate the topic of comparing Israel and the war in Ukraine. I hate it with a passion. I hate conversations about genocide online as well. Because they're so stupid. I'm gonna say it.
stupid, but I mean, yeah, this is just like the populist take on foreign policy is really dumb. Yeah.
Populist.
yeah, well, I guess.
I mean, the populist view on basically most policy is stupid, so that's not really telling me anything. The populist view on foreign policy in particular is bad. You know? That doesn't tell me anything.
Do you consider a person like that even like a ally in sort of like Democrats or like liberals and people like that? Because they're not, like, in my opinion, they're like, you know, they're leftoids and they're like really.
I'm a leftoid. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, he probably supported Kamala, right? I think.
I mean, it depends on who the person is. I would say Cenk is probably not an ally, but not because of this take. I think there are some dumb. I think there are some dumb like takes on foreign policy for people that can be convinced. But for these people, the facts are not as relevant. It's more of just like a foundation of like America bad and like West bad. So it really doesn't matter what argument you make or what you'll say. There's going to be a reason why they'll support.
Listen,
Hamas.
I'm a leftoid. Whatever. Anastasia knows that I'm a leftoid. She knows that I'm one of the good ones. Populism has a pretty well-defined traits. Populism has pretty well-defined traits.
On October 7th, but they'll be opposed to, Ukraine defending itself from Russia. It's because it's all through the lens of like everything in the West is bad, and even if like people in the East are doing bad things, it's really just because of the West. I don't remember if it was Hassan or somebody else was making this argument that like you guys are mad. You guys say that like Arab countries don't have gay rights and all that stuff. It's just because the West bombs them, and like if they'd stop bombing them, they'd probably have like LGBTQ status by now. It's just like stupid. It's like the dumbest shit you've ever heard. But that's like the foundation that all the
I haven't
criticism
heard
comes from.
that.
So yeah, it's fucking stupid. Yeah.
Hassan said that it's because the West.
To be fair, that's not exactly what he said, actually. Do I have to steal man Hassan's argument now for him? Okay. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I have to do this. I'm the biggest Hassan critic ever, okay? I'm the biggest Hassan critic, especially because of his shitty Ukraine takes. But he did not say that Arab countries don't have LGBT rights because the West bombs them. What he basically said, and you can sort of argue with that argument if you want, that certain Arab countries had or would have had more progressive governments that would have been more permissive of the LGBT, but places like the US could those governments or whatever got rid of them and replaced them with much more oppressive and regressive and whatever else governments because they were more convenient for the US empire to have in place. Right? Okay? That was the argument. Not if they weren't bombed, they'd be LGBT havens. Okay? If you're gonna criticize somebody, if you're gonna bash somebody's argument, bash their actual argument. Okay? Bash the actual argument, not the argument that you just throw out there. Thank you. Jesus. Steven. Maybe I should call into Destiny and say that. Ooh. Wait, what happened?
These shocking words from his. Yeah, all of them are going to be like that. All the anti-establishment guys are going to have the same takes on that. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, last thing.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about like Biden giving this like permission so quickly when it's became clear that Trump is, going to be into power? And yeah, what's your thoughts?
I mean, I feel like all of my thoughts about enabling more Ukrainian firepower, all of them are going to be like double-edged. It'll be like, oh, this is good, but like, why didn't this happen so much earlier? Or oh, this is good, but what needed to change for this to be enabled? So yeah.
All right. Literally me. I'm not gonna lie, I should be grateful, and I am. I was very happy when we blew up that command center, but as were other people. But it sounds ungrateful, and I know that. But I literally I nearly fucking vomited when I saw this permission because it grieved me so much, because it took so much time, right? And so many people died, and so many cities were destroyed. About 6. Right, cities completely ruined, and it's not that it would stop every bombing, obviously not, right? But it would have helped quite a bit, especially with the Cub problem and glide bomb problem. And I was grieved. Also, you have to be like a straight up retard not to understand that they could have made this decision literally years ago. Like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Just they didn't do it because of the election, I believe. That's my opinion.
I don't think it was because of the election, by the way. I don't think so.
I don't know if it's yours or anything, but I think
I don't think it's because of the election. Me personally.
They didn't want to push away like so many isolationist people. Like Americans is like not particularly like interested in the Ukraine stuff, obviously, and a lot of people on the left are very isolated.
I don't think like the problem is with that logic is like with most elections, you don't try to get the people, and it's been the same thing in Poland. You don't go for the people that have certain crystallized views and crystallized opinions. You go for the undecided. The biggest group of people that you go for in election times is usually the undecided group. They're usually the biggest pool of people that just don't go voting, and they're not fully decided, so they can be swayed. Why would you try to go for the people that are basically already swayed? That's a losing strategy. Maybe that, you know? You go for the undecided group. That's really, really big. And you win them, and then you sort of win. That's, you know. You don't go and try not to isolate people that basically stand in opposition to what your sort of things are.
Isolationist and
I
don't want
don't
to
think so.
help Ukraine at all, think it's low NATO, no change types basically, right?
Mhm.
And yeah, but they lost the election anyway. So
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah.
well, yeah, at least we got that permission. I should look at the positive, I guess, before Trump,
Yeah.
sinks the boat.
Hopefully, yeah. Or
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
hopefully it doesn't.
anyhow.
But good luck. Stay safe. Yeah.
Bye bye. Yeah,
Be
bye
careful.
bye.
Bye. Damn.
Damn. But yeah, I don't think it's because of the election. You didn't need the screen for that, but yeah, we just sniped a little Destiny talking to Anastasia. It's not ungrateful to ask for more than crumbs from the imperial hegemon or the West in general. As the U.S. in the U.S. there is a common argument that the undecided are overrated compared to need to mobilize the core of each party to turn at the higher rates. Yeah, but the core of the Democratic parties are not going to be the isolationists, I assume, right? Like the core voters of the Democratic Party are not like isolationist mother quackers, I think. There's also a common argument that the media describes undecided voters incorrectly by focusing on people who go back and forth between parties instead of the much larger population who have disengaged from electoral politics. Yeah, you're right about that 100%. Like I just don't think that trying to appeal to isolationists would be appealing to the democratic base. You know? Oh boy. I don't think that's what's happening. Maybe I should have Anna on and talk about it. I wonder if Anna still is on. Should debate her. Should I debate Anastasia? Debate her for charity. And stuff. I think most Democrats don't care about Ukraine one way or the other, but a lot of the base wants to support them harder. I don't think yeah. Alright, that's it. Every stream is boring until December. Every stream is boring and yet 9.8 thousand people tune in, so make of that what you will. That's amazing. Cool. It's great. I love it. I love it when that happens. Clownfish TV hates me. Clownfish TV is still a thing. Which I cannot believe. I cannot believe that Clownfish TV is still a thing, but here we are. Here we are. Ugh. Oof. The hell is this? Congratulations. So yeah. Anybody feeling like donating? It's for the good cause of I don't know, what's it called? Uh, oh yeah, camera. The camera. Hold on, I wanted to react to something if memory serves, but hold on. Sony i6400. Actually, it turns out that I'd be getting something better for videos than Sony 6400, so it's gonna be a thing. Clownfish TV is such trash commentary. True. True. And agreed. That's true. It is trash commentary. Even for me, it is super trash commentary. Trash fire commentary. Someone should do a. Oh, come on. I'm genuinely curious if it does brain damage. Well, a lot of people watch it, apparently. So, it is what it is, as they say. A lot more people watch Clownfish TV than me. A lot more people. And I mean a lot more people. Nobody cares to watch me. Oh yeah, oh gosh, we have so much things, so many things to talk about. I just cannot believe all the things that we have to talk about. Are you excited for all the things? Hold on. What is President Sunday doing? Dr. Johns gave greater tier 1 subscription. Thank you, Dr. Johns. Thank you. Thank you for your generous donation that will allow me to live and, you know, do what? The thing. And by that thing, I mean get the thing. Get the, you know. I killed Archimonde. Oh god, it looks so creepy. Oh god, it looks so awful. Oh my god, no. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you because it's so awful. It's called Final Fantasy VIII Remake with ultra realistic graphics, generation 3 video to video runaway artificial AI. I want to see comments to this first. I'm not sure which is more disturbing, Zell's Skinwalker backflip or Squall's mustache. Pretty funny that the 90s CGI is better than modern AI. I never saw a backflip that bad back then. Okay. I saw just a bit of it. It looks awful. This is why I hate AI. Okay, let's go. Yeah. God. Take a look at this. This is the... Oh my gosh. Oh no. Why are her lips so huge? This does not look good. I'm sorry. Looks awful. What the hell? What? Oh my god. Wow. This will haunt my nightmares. Looks like a serial killer. Oh my god. This looks disturbing. This looks so awful. God awful. What's wrong with his hand? What's happening here? What's with the... There's no tattoo either. What is happening here? The hand is like deformed. Is this a ring? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is terrifying. No way. No way. He looks endearing here. He looks like a psycho here. Oh my gosh. I'm afraid to see what they will do to Squall. Oh my god. No way. No way. Oh my god, no way. No way. Holy moly. Oh my god. Oh. No way. Oh. AI is horrifying. Okay, let's see how this will. She didn't even do the tongue thing, like in the original. She didn't even do the tongue thing like in the original. She did a tongue thing in the original. And in here they didn't even care to do that. I don't know. You do know that... Oh my god, that looks so awful. That looks like... That looks horrible. Nobody looks like this. No real... That is... You know what is most depressing about this? She, in this CGI, looks more like a real person than this realistic AI thing. The before thing, the old 1998 or something thing, looks more like a real person than this. a completely different type of face. It's a completely different face. It's a completely different type of face. It looks awful. Okay, how will they screw up this guy? Oh my god. Come on. They look nothing alike! Nothing alike. They look nothing alike. Oh my god. We really... How did this... Okay, how did this completely pale character translate to this clown-like looking character? That's not even... Isn't that part of her helmet and not even hair? This is so awful. Oh my gosh, Safer. What will they do to you? I'm going sleepy sleep now, but I'm still listening to you, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Okay, actually, this is the best one so far, believe it or not. This, acceptable, actually. It is actually semi-acceptable compared to all the rest. What the hell? Oh my god! The head. What the hell happened to this? Oh my god! What the hell? Oh. Oh my god. Real life Final Fantasy VII reimagined by AI. I can already see that this was like a nightmare fuel. Okay, let's watch some of this. Oh my gosh. What the hell? This is like straight from a nightmare. I'm not gonna sleep tonight. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is nightmarish. Horrifying. Oh my god, what is this? What's happening? This is Barrett? Well, we've had our bit of fun with this, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing that just happened. That's a yeah. Wow. Alrighty. I hate this AI stuff so much. Well, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. And what it is very disappointing on so many levels. But you know what? There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do about this travesty. About this travesty against nature. Oh my god, there's a Chrono Trigger AI as well. No, we're not doing this. We're not. We're. I'm putting a stop to this. We have to talk about some news. Old news, new news. There's a bit of a topic thing that I want to talk about. A few topic things, actually. Where do I start? There's a lot. There's been a lot of things happening. Oh. Oh my god. That is the funniest story of the day. I might save this one for later. Because it's so quintessentially Polish that I don't even know what to say. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No way. No way. Like, I guess I can make things that superficially look pretty, but none of that even superficially looked pretty. But it always looks so dumb if you think about it for more than 5 seconds. None of that even superficially looked. Okay, there's actually a lot to talk about. I keep saying that there's a lot to talk about, but you know what? There is actually a lot to talk about. Polish researchers developed a device for creating moon bricks to build lunar bases. We're gonna make lunar bricks. Lunar pricks are gonna make lunar bricks and they're gonna make lunar buildings on the moon. A lot of it looked horrible, actually. A lot of it did not look nice at all. Influencers firm linked to shipment of 2 million euro UK tech to Russian military. Oh. Well. Holy crap. Oh, there's gonna be a new Witcher book. Why are we even going to the moon? fly me to the moon so I can be among the stars, I guess. Huh. Hungary's banning books. Ooh, we got to do some Polish, I don't know, brown nosing. Nice. Did you know that Polish honey has been rated to be the world's second best? Huh? Polish honey. But you didn't know. That's right. Poland has world's second best honey. Oh yeah. Wait. I thought that was old news, but apparently not. Jesus. Alright, we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna start now. But also, there we go. Woof. Other than like nationalist moment, I see no reason to even bring people into space. I mean, to expand into space, I guess. Also to prepare us for the day in case we turn the Earth uninhabitable or something. Also, there are resources in space. It's like a weird nursery rhyme. True. 9 people watching now. Less than last time. People watch me. Disappointment is big. Well, whatever. I've not talked a lot on stream about Biden giving the permission to use long-range attacks missiles in Russia, right? So Biden has done it. Biden has done so 2 months before the ending of his presidency. It's of course created a lot of uproar. It has created a lot of discussion. People ask, you've heard Anastasia ask that question, you've heard Destiny ask that question. Everybody's saying, why has it been so long? What's changed now that allowed Biden to make such a decision? Why? I personally don't think that the decision on whether or not to allow Ukraine to use those missiles in Russia was dictated by the election. I personally think that the election has nothing to do with it. I will not get into it again. I just don't believe it was all about the election. I genuinely feel like it's about the ever-present fear of the West, of escalation, of being the party to escalate. I believe that the West has been giving Russia escalation dominance for a long time. I believe that Russia has been given a carte blanche for a long time to escalate as much as it wants without any repercussions from the West. And I simply believe that the official reason, even like the official reason given for the allowance of using US missiles 300-kilometer range in Russia, I think the official reason of the presence of North Korean troops is more probable than it being the election. That's my opinion. That is my opinion on the matter. Interestingly enough, right after the US had allowed Ukraine to use the missiles The United Kingdom and France have followed suit. Storm shadows and those other things that France delivers, Ukraine is now allowed to use them in Russia as well. Germany still abstains. Germany, as far as I know, to date, still refuses to deliver long range missiles and allow them to be used. Of course, there's been a response by Russia. Predictably, Vladimir Putin has been threatening that it marks significant escalation, that it basically means that the US is involved directly in the war, that it basically means that we are on the brink of World War III, which is, interestingly enough, a sentiment that Donald Trump seems to be parroting to some degree, and that you better not do it because we will respond in kind. All the regular Russian threats have been utilized, and we will, of course, be talking about the lead up. We will be talking about what happened next because of it. There are a few sort of things that have been happening one by one ever since that permission has been granted to Ukraine to strike targets within uh, Russia. Many speculated that this permission of the US was only for Kursk, for attacking North Korean troops in Kursk, but as it happens, the first target of the ATACMS missiles by Ukraine has not been in Kursk. It has been in the Bryansk region. Okay? So this is where we're at. Also, Dr. Jones, we're going to be talking about that as well. So now we have what happened after that. This is the timeline. Is that Ukraine attacked Russia with its ATACMS missiles on the 1000th day of the invasion. It attacked, Russia said, and there's also a lot of sort of different narratives surrounding that particular attack. Ukraine says it launched 8 missiles, and I think the US intelligence sort of says that Russia only managed to strike down 2 of them. Most of them hit its targets, and the target was a weapons storage facility, which makes perfect sense for Ukraine to target those because that directly sort of affects Russia's ability to wage the war. Russia, on the other hand, claims that its forces shot down 5 of 6 of the missiles, which were fired at a military facility in the Bryansk region. Debris of one hit the facility, starting a fire that was swiftly put out and caused no casualties or damage. So there are already conflicting narratives. I usually try to be very objective and even-handed. I try to not make sort of claims one way or the other. But I'm just gonna say, without saying anything, that one side has a history of lying on many different topics, and the other side has a history of lying much, much less. I'm just gonna put it like that. One side tends to say false things a lot more than the other. So I'm willing to believe Ukraine's side on this whole thing a lot more. That they actually shot 8 missiles, 2 were intercepted, and not that they shot 6 and 5 were intercepted and that there was no damage at all. So Ukraine said it had struck a Russian arms depot around 70 miles, 110 kilometers inside Russia, in an attack that caused secondary explosions. I am willing to believe that far more than the story about a minor fire and no damage. Inside Russia, in an attack that caused secondary explosions, the Ukrainian military did not publicly specify what weapons it had used, but a Ukrainian official source and a US official later confirmed it had used ATACMS. President Joe Biden gave approval just this week for Ukraine to use ATACMS. This we already know. And it was the attack was done on the 1000th day. Russia was, of course, furious. Russia said, "You're getting closer to World War III. You're all the usual claims, all the usual threats." There you go. Moscow has said such weapons cannot be used without direct operational support from the United States, and therefore their use would make Washington a direct participant in the war. So I guess the US is at war with Russia now, according to Russia. I'm not yet seeing any repercussions of that, of the US and Russia being at war. Do you? Have you noticed anything? It's been a while, it's been a few days. And yet nothing, interestingly enough. On Tuesday, so a few days ago, President Vladimir Putin signed a new nuclear doctrine, apparently intended as a warning to Washington, which it seems like it did not work. It lowered the threshold under which Russia might use atomic weapons to include responding to attacks that threaten its territorial integrity. Washington said the update to the nuclear doctrine was no surprise and cited more of the same irresponsible rhetoric from Russia, which we will be talking about irresponsible rhetoric from Russia more today, because there's another topic when it comes to Russia's irresponsible rhetoric, believe it or not. There's a lot of that to come around, there's a lot of that to come by. And reports of the Ukrainian attack caused jitters in markets, with share indexes sliding in Europe and safe haven assets rallying. Oh yeah, and of course, there's the Donald Trump response. President-elect Donald Trump has criticized the scale of U.S. aid to Kyiv, which is ridiculous because that scale is not adequate enough, to be quite honest. It's not big enough. It has been a drip type of help. It has been, the US has spent, I want to say, a fraction of what it spent on its past conflicts. And yet, everybody seems to be making the biggest deal out of the aid given to Ukraine out of all the conflicts. Now the spending is significant, even if it's just, as I said, a fraction of what the US has been spending in the past. But who cares, right? Who cares? He said he would end the war quickly. Both sides appear to anticipate his return in 2 months. Russia certainly wants that to happen because it feels like, from Russia perspective, Donald Trump will give Russia the perfect leverage to get what it wants. That seems to be the prediction right now. That just like Donald Trump is just gonna hand all of the cards in the hands of Putin. The warring sides have both been escalating in recent weeks in an attempt to secure a stronger position at any negotiations, which makes perfect sense. Russia is trying to push out Ukraine from Kursk. Ukraine is trying to hold in Kursk. In fact, Ukraine has been offering special monetary rewards to soldiers that would fight in Kursk, hold in Kursk, or even die in Kursk. I believe that Ukrainian soldiers who die while fighting in Kursk, their families received a one-time payment of over $200,000, which is not a small amount of money. And this is uh, Volodymyr Zelensky's quote. At this stage of the war, it is being decided who will prevail, whether us over the enemy or the enemy over us Ukrainians and Europeans, and everyone in the world who wants to live freely and not be subject to a dictator, he said in an address to Parliament on Tuesday, making 1,000 days of war. Thousands have died, over 6 million live as refugees, which is true. A lot of them live in Poland. And apparently, I had murmurs that Poland is preparing itself for a new wave of Ukrainian refugees. That is also a big thing. In the frozen trenches of the Donetsk region and in the burning steppes of the Kherson region under shells, hail, and anti-aircraft guns, we are fighting for the right to live, Ukraine's top commander Alexander Syrsky wrote on Telegram. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about Russia's newest leaked ambitions soon, alleged newest Russian ambitions. But for now, let's just say that following this decision, following this whole attack on Russia by US ATACMS missiles after the permission, as I've said, the UK and France have since followed suit. And lo and behold, already Ukraine has fired British / French Storm Shadow missiles into Russia for the first time. I think 12 was the number given. We shall read a little bit of a thing about it. Lucy has a react. That has happened. Storm Shadow. Ukraine launched the British-French-made Storm Shadow missiles as targets inside Russia for the first time on Wednesday, according to a Russian military blog and Reuters, a day after Ukraine fired US-made ATACMS missiles into Russia. Ukraine's use of the UK-supplied missiles to hit Russian territory was confirmed to Reuters by an official on condition of anonymity. British media also reported the use of the cruise missile on Wednesday, citing sources. An interesting thing about this whole thing to me, I don't think we have to necessarily read the whole article. We're gonna just read a few details. A Russian military vlogger on Wednesday posted photos on Telegram of a Storm Shadow missile fragment, claiming that up to 12 of these missiles were fired on Russia's Kursk region. So they've been used to sort of bolster the effort for the Ukrainians to hold Kursk before Donald Trump sits as president officially on the 20th of January. So this is about the ATACMS hitting the ammo depot. Ukraine has yet to confirm or deny the use of the longer-range US missiles. On Tuesday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukraine has long-range capabilities. Ukraine has long-range drones of its own production. We now have a long Neptune Ukrainian cruise missiles, and not just one. And now we have ATACMS, and now we will use all of this. So what is interesting to me in when it comes to all those topics, when it comes to the use of ATACMS, is that it sort of demonstrates just how important, and like it or not, Europe is sort of fragmented. Europe is not as united as some of us would want. Europe's capacity is not as aligned as some of us would want, and a lot of Europe is looking to the US for guidance. A lot of European countries are looking to the US for direction. And this is a perfect example of that in my mind. The US gave permission to use its long range missiles, and by long range I mean 300 kilometers. Suddenly, right away, the UK follows suit, France follows suit, Germany being still sort of holding back. That just, why didn't the UK give that permission earlier? Why didn't France give that permission earlier? Because those countries, and maybe I will sound harsh, don't feel strong enough to make those sort of decisions on their own. They look at the big, strong US and think to themselves, what will they do? How should we follow suit? How should we align our policy with what the US does? And to me, that is a very, very worrying trend. Okay? The fact that the UK and France immediately also gave permission to use their missiles in Russia when the US did so is great. But it also worries me a lot. Because if Donald Trump becomes president and, for example, says, well, okay, I'm not giving any support to Ukraine anymore, I'm cutting all aid, would the UK and France suddenly be like, okay, I guess we're not doing that either. I guess we're not giving aid either anymore because the US isn't. Who knows? Like, ideally, Europe would sort of unify, solidify its sort of more organized, sort of coordinated front and be like to the US, first of all, we will still be supporting Ukraine even if you won't. Second of all, if you want us to support you in your dealings with China, then you better support us now in our support of Ukraine. That would be the ideal scenario if sort of Europe came before the US as this unified sort of force and sort of viewed, because it's not that Europe has no leverage in negotiation with the US. Europe is a pretty important trading partner to the US, for example. It's not that there's nothing there, it's just that Europe would really need to be united as one to be able to make such a move. And I'm a bit skeptical on whether or not it will. That's all. So on the one hand, the fact that the UK and France followed the US in giving the permissions is great, but it makes me worried for the future. Let me just say that. It makes me happy now, sort of, kind of, even though it's all coming far too late, but it also makes me very worried for the near future. Does that make sense? And then there's also the whole response of Vladimir Putin. Russia has been really ramping up its rhetoric around nuclear escalation, nuclear deterrence, what Europe should be and should not be able to do. This leads to a thing that happened along the way. After these permissions, after these attacks, Russia has sort of, in between those events, turned its sights on Poland. Russia has turned its sights on Poland in the meantime. But there's been a lot of things happening, one after the other. It's been a very quick month, quick week. A lot's been happening, let's just say. As you may know, there's a new naval sort of missile base. It's located near the Baltic Sea. It's part of the larger sort of Eastern European defense initiative. There's somewhere around here I have this like name for this defense. It's called the Aegis. The Aegis Shield. So there's this permanent. This is actually really important. The first permanent U.S. missile base in Poland, and so Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said on Thursday that the base in Redzikowo, that's the place where the missile base in Poland is located, near the Baltic coast, she said that it was another frankly provocative step in a series of deeply destabilizing actions by the Americans and their allies in the North Atlantic Alliance in the strategic sphere. They basically said, oh, hold on, you're building a missile base near us. This military missile base could be launching nukes at us. And in turn, we should be aiming nukes at Poland. Also, by the way, this missile base has become a primary target for us. It has become a high priority target for us to attack. So Russia basically did a weird, out of the blue, out of nowhere threat to just attack Poland because it has a new shiny missile base. I think I have a quote in here somewhere. So Maria Zakharova said, this leads to undermining strategic stability, increasing strategic risks, and as a result, to an increase in the overall level of nuclear danger. See, so basically, you have a new, and of course, Poland responded to this whole thing. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. There's one more thing that Maria Zakharova said, and this is actually the really important thing. I've already said it, but I might as well quote her directly. She added that a strike on the base could be carried out using the latest military technology, and that it was on a possible target list. And I'm pretty sure I read in some other source that she said that it was a high priority target on that possible list. So we've had a response of our Prime Minister Sikorski to this whole thing, because it would be actually really weird for Poland not to respond to Russia's bizarro threat to attack it directly. It would be a pretty weird thing for Poland to be just say nothing. So Poland did say something. Sikorski, Radosław Sikorski, commented by saying, and this is one thing that is very curious to me personally. Russia keeps making threats, nuclear threats, escalatory threats against Europe, US, etc. The only action-oriented thing that Russia does is escalating in Ukraine, but it also makes along the way a lot of threats to Poland and other types of countries. And with each threat that basically amounts to nothing, the only thing that results from that is Russia losing its sort of currency, when it comes to the believability, the effect, the impact of its threats. The more of these sort of empty threats Russia makes, the less they mean, the less weight there is behind them. And to exemplify that, Radosław Sikorski's response to the whole shebang was nothing new. Russia has about 6,000 nuclear warheads, so it has enough to destroy the entire globe several times in a row. Poland's foreign ministry spokeswoman Paweł Wroński added that the base, which was opened on November 13 as part of a broader NATO missile shield, did not have nuclear missiles and that it was purely for defense, which is very important. It's not a offensive base. It is not for offensive capabilities. It's for defense. It's an anti-air, it's like anti-missile, it's supposed to be fighting against enemy missiles. It's not for launching into enemy territory. Or so is claimed. And of course, Poland says that it is a base that serves the purpose of defense, not attack. And, which is a very, of course, it's a rational conclusion to come to, which is the final conclusion made by Poland's foreign ministry spokesperson Paweł Wroński. Such threats will certainly serve as an argument to strengthen Poland's and NATO's air defenses and should also be considered by the United States. There you go. We have a timeline. Biden allows Ukraine to use long-range missiles, attacks in Russia. UK and France follow suit. Ukraine uses US missiles in Bryansk first, then UK missiles in Kursk. All good. And then we move in the timeline and Russia threatens Poland over its newly built, newly opened missile base near the coast of the Baltic Sea. Right? That's the timeline. Warning of nuclear escalation. Because of course, that was the threat. There we go. Moscow claims the US base in Poland raises nuclear threat. Is there any other... Oh, there we go. I have the full quote of... I have the full quote of the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Given the nature and level of threats posed by such Western military facilities, the missile defense base in Poland has long been added to the list of priority targets for potential destruction, which, if necessary, can be executed with a wide range of advanced weapons, Zakharova said. Which basically says, yeah, we're gonna use our advanced missile technology to attack you, to destroy your base. Which, come on, attacking and destroying a Polish base would be attacking Poland. Ridiculous. A ridiculous threat to make, especially now of all times. But it's Russia. So it's Russia and we don't have to overthink it. We just have to look at what we have. We just have to look at the information that's at our disposal and make our own conclusions about what's happening. So how are we feeling so far about things? How's everybody feeling about the news so far? Oh, how are you hanging? I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink. Boof. I said I wouldn't mute the mic, but I muted the mic. I said that I asked everybody how they feel about what I've just talked about, and everybody's like, forget it, whatever. Whatever, nerd. You want to see what I just did? And I'm like, okay. All right. Show me. Wow. Nobody's addressing what I was just talking about. Nobody was listening. Nobody cares. Nobody's politically engaged. And I've got more politics to talk about, so too bad. Too bad. Too bad. Just being Russia, what else is new? There's a lot of new, actually. There's a lot of new developments. There's a new developments. Well, my thoughts was Russia's always so full of shit. I guess. But there has been a new development, okay? There's been a new development. We're gonna be talking about it soon. Jesus, World War III. We always seem to be on the brink of it. World War III. Endlessly at the brink of World War III. And by World War III, people mean nuclear Armageddon. Send it to me. Oh, nice. It is very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Not this. Oh, gosh. There we go. Meta. Trying to look. My phone's not great. Trying to. All right. Oh god, so horrible. Hope you're not too cold today. Don't worry, I have my radiators on. But well, oh yeah, let's see. Present Sunday is still on. Let's see if I'm getting rated or whatever. Oh, whoop. Vegcom. Oh, what the fuck? What's happening? No way. No way. Wow. Holy, oh, whatever. I just saw something that I was like, huh? What? What? What the oh. What the whatever. With that, babe. Oh, it's President Sunday. I only said the one side lies less because not to be inaccurate. Everybody lies. I don't have an example of Ukraine lying on top of my head. But I just chose not to say one never lies because then somebody would be like, well, actually, this side lied about this one thing. And I'd be like, oh, God, okay. So I chose to say that one side lies less instead of just saying that it doesn't. Okay? To be safe and sound. To be safe, sound, and cozy. Safe, sound, and cozy. 8 icons of the reality of a woman. The reality of a woman on a battlefield. Oh yeah, also there was one more thing. There was one more wacky thing that happened along the way on the timeline. Boris Johnson called for $500 billion loan to Ukraine in a land lease style thing. That also happened. Boris Johnson, that is always quoted by anti-Russian shills as the person that botched the deal, the guy that ruined the amazing deal near the start of the war. Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson was the person that prevented peace. Remember? That's a very common argument that has been floating around in past debates about Ukraine. Boris Johnson, the destroyer of deals. And now Boris Johnson has said, let's land lease Ukraine for $500 billion. Let them buy whatever they want, whenever they want, and then let them pay it off. Which, honestly, if it was done like that, if Ukraine would honestly be allowed to get the newest out of like the best newest equipment quickly in where like in big quantities for and given like $500 billion to just spend and get as much as they can, I actually would not be against that. That would actually be far better than what's been happening now till now. You know? It would be far better than what's been happening till now, actually. And of course, a lot of that could be also waived later. So that's another topic. Boris Johnson called for a 500 billion loan to help it end the war and urged the announcement of a date. Oh yes, he also urged for the West to get a grip and actually say a specific date to allow Ukraine to join NATO. Announcements of a date for Ukraine's NATO membership. So a lot of nice things. Boris Johnson's advocating for a lot of nice things. He was happy about Joe Biden's decision to allow Ukraine to use the missiles. Do you think there is any weird game theory disadvantage to announcing a precise NATO joint date? No, there isn't. There's only one thing: the perpetual giving Russia the escalation dominance. They're afraid that that would be too much of an escalatory move to just sort of give Ukraine a specific date of becoming a member, especially since Russia keeps harping that Ukraine cannot join NATO. Ukraine cannot join NATO. And even one of the proposals from Trump that was sort of floated around would force Ukraine to forget about NATO for at least 20 years. So, A cubed. Do you still remember Bad Empanada? Yes. Why? Yeah, I remember Bad Empanada. Why? Also, hello, A cubed. I don't think I've seen you here before. I do remember Bad Empanada, yes. He made a video about me. It's pretty... That one's pretty difficult to forget. Yeah. Why? What happened? Did he mention me again? Oh god, did he mention me again? He got completely embarrassed when he argued with me on Twitter. But he never mentions that. That little embarrassing talk that we had on Twitter. Okay, sorry, just gonna drop in here. Ask me if I still remember Bad Empanada and just not follow it up with anything. Bad Empanada made that video on me when I was still like a VTuber speaking in falsetto. My most viewed video is the one when I talk about the Holodomor question. Okay, I guess A Cube just came here to say, do you remember Bad Empanada, and just dip. Which I have no clue where that came from. If I don't know, did Bad Empanada mention me recently or something? Have I been mentioned by Bad Empanada recently or whatever? President Sunday made a video on Bad Empanada recently, but that has nothing to do with me. I like about 50% of Empanada's videos, but he can... Yeah, he can get out of here with the Holodomor stuff. True. True and real. Okay, I'm doing a Boris Johnson bit, so am I gonna get like a response to my question? Or is I guess, okay, whatever. I'm guessing that chatter is only asking because Empanada has been getting mentioned more often due to the dance stuff. Is that what your fight was about? What fight? No, wait, no. My fight was about the Holodomor, and about Bad and Panada throwing links at me saying that Poland is bad about the Holocaust. For some reason, he was throwing that at me. And then he threw at me a link saying, "Oh, look how Polish people are bad." And then I looked into the link and it quoted Netanyahu as a source. And which point I mocked Beren Panada, saying that he, the super anti-Zionist, anti-Israel person, quotes Netanyahu as a reputable source. And then Beren Panada had nothing more to say. That is how our little exchange on Twitter ended. I guess my thought was like, why not move a bunch of equipment into Ukraine and then do like a surprise announcement that they are in NATO? Because they cannot do that. They will never do that as long as Ukraine is in an active conflict. They will never do that. That would, if the West suddenly just announced, okay, Ukraine's in NATO now, that would literally mean that Russia would be at war with the entirety of NATO overnight. His next video is going to be about Ukraine. Just curious if you will react to it when it comes out. I mean, I could. Are you a Bad and Panada viewer? I can react to it, sure. Yeah. Do you know what it's about? Is it about the current war, or is it about... Let's say Bad and Panada is scared of getting dialectically obliterated by you, and is completely unwilling to participate in the free market of ideas. I guess true. I see what you mean, Lucy, but I feel like they announced a date and the war is still going on. That date, then NATO will break its promise. I mean, that's easily avoidable. They could always say the date is 3 months after the war ends. There you go. Suddenly the problems sidestepped completely. 2 months after the war finishes, 2 weeks after the war finishes. That's also kind of a specific date. Kind of a specific timetable, I guess. You should ban and Panada's copyright striking happy. Oh. Well, that's cool. You win. Of course, I win debates. That is my thing. That's why I have 10 viewers. As I win debates. As I'm such great debater. That's why I have a whole 10 people watching me. Wait, so are you a Bad and Panada viewer, A cubed? Or maybe are you a Lucy Haze viewer? If you're a Lucy Haze viewer and you like what you see, why not consider joining the lucyhaze.org/live page and consider donating so that I can get a camera, a proper camera. So I'll be going back to Ukraine because I've been going to Ukraine quite a lot lately, and I'll be conducting more interviews, hopefully with people rescued from occupied territories and people rescued from donate 1,100 and Lucy will have Ben and Panada on the show as a guest. True. Even though technically speaking, I don't need the entire amount of 1,100. Technically speaking, I actually only need a couple of $100. Believe it or not, I actually don't need the entirety of the $1,100. That is the entirety. Then there is the entire amount that I need, but that is I already have quite a lot of it. So just I need to complete the amount. That's the thing. Lend-Lease. He underscored the critical importance of resolving the question of Ukraine's rightful place in the international arena. Yeah, but a couple of hundred is too low of a payment for a bad empanada episode. True. The British politician believes these measures will convince Putin that he made a grave mistake by launching the invasion and that he will never be able to subjugate the Ukrainian people. I mean, yeah, but I really don't think this will happen. So yes, this is what Boris Johnson has cooked up during the 1000th day of the war. What he has cooked up is saying, why not give Ukraine 500, well, not give, why not loan Ukraine 500 billion USD and let them buy whatever they want and then they can pay it back, Lend-Lease. Which honestly, right now, it does not sound bad at all. Quite honestly, especially if we think about the alternatives, the possible alternatives. Right? Correct. All right. I guess we'll be going to the next news. Oh my gosh. You could have saved a lot of money by giving a 500 billion loan as part of the EU package to Yanukovych, right? Damn. I don't think that backing Yanukovych would have been such a good idea. He was a thug. He was a thug through and through. Hasn't Ukraine still not seen much of the aid package? Yeah, at least so Volodymyr Zelensky said. But apparently the US has actually given more than 10%. Apparently the 10% figure was not exactly accurate. Oh. Okay, so there was a very recent news on top of all that, which we'll be talking about soon. So what's up, A cubed? I thought we'd be having a lot more of a back and forth, but apparently not. No, I don't think so. I think it was just lip service, to be quite honest, just like with Georgia Dream Party. I don't think the response to the Georgia's Dream Party would be to give them tons of money in hope that they will then be like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna respect the rule of law and join the European Union now. We're totally gonna go back and retract our anti-gay bill and the foreign agent bill. Totally. Absolutely. Yep, I think so. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he. I think he would have felt the Russia would have pressured him either way. So, yeah, I believe so. Ah, humors. No, it is what it is. And what it is glorious and beautiful. And what it is glorious and beautiful. Let me check something real quick. Let me check something real quick. Where's my. Before we move on to the next bit. Oh, if I can start working on the. Wow. I could. I am thinking. I'm thinking. I have to make a few phone calls as well because there's a possibility that I'm actually behind on one payment. And if I'm behind on that one payment, then that would really screw up my plans big time. So I'm gonna have to check that. Where's my phone? Have any of you seen my phone? If any of you have seen my phone, make yourselves known and tell me right away. Oh, there it is. Here it is. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know where my phone was. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate my my audience that always knows where my phone is. Phone. What did I want from my phone? I'm having a moment. What did I want from my phone? Ah, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. All right. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me see. Ooh. So we are close to being at $1,000 now. Very close. You're going to check your bills, sort of. In order to check that one particular payment, I will actually have to call the bank because it's like that one payment is like a loan. So we're close to being on. I'll tell you how much we've got. All right, that'll give you some perspective, okay? We need $1,100 and we are at. And by the way, I also would need to get some money for travel, lodging, and food. I need that as well. And translators. I'm completely forgetting. Okay, so złotówki na dolary. So 3993 69. So, oh my gosh, what's happening with the laptop? The laptop's betraying me. Okay, so the amount that we have right now is prepare yourselves. Weird bill. It's not a bill, it's a loan. We have $693 right now and 30 cents. That is the amount that I have right now. So you can see how much I'm missing to be at 1,100. Ta-da! Now we know. Plus money for travel, translators, I don't know, food, lodging, hotels, hostels, or whatever. Okay? Is that okay? Let's see, do your taxes so you can get money from YouTube. Damn. But there's a problem with that. There's an additional problem with that. Okay, what's happening? I think my tablet's acting up. I think that's what's happening with my... Okay, so there's an additional problem with that, actually. Because my bank account's blocked. Because I have debts. So I have no idea where I would pay out the money from YouTube. So I have no clue where I would pay it out. Can I ask something about your finances? Of course. Always. You can always ask me about that. Of course. Of course. And then we're going to be talking about the newest news from today about Russia and Ukraine and stuff. I don't think you can pay out your YouTube money to PayPal. That's the thing. I don't think you can. If I could, I would. Okay, something's wrong with my tablet all of a sudden. What's wrong with my tablet? It keeps It keeps turning off and on again. I'm just gonna turn it off for now. I was just thinking, shouldn't you prioritize the bank payment since it's frozen? No, I shouldn't. There's a reason for that. Prioritizing the bank payment gives me nothing, actually. Think about it. Think, okay? Actually, it's more than to a couple of hundred, but whatever. If I take the money that I have now and use it for the bank thing, it'll not be nearly enough to pay it off. So I will end up still in debt, still with a frozen bank account, but without the money to get the camera that I could get now and start working. Okay? There you go. What? What the hell? Why are you giving me the cringe? Why are you giving me the cringe? What? What have I done? What have I done to you? What is it now? What is it? It's not my fault that I keep saying please donate to the page and people donate on YouTube. It's not my fault, is it? No, it's not. I keep redirecting people to the page and saying please donate on the page. I'm not horrible with I'm not gonna divulge all of my situation, okay? Don't get me started. I'm not divulging my family situation to explain why I have the debt to begin with, okay? Don't make me angry, please. You brought it up. Yeah, but you said I was horrible with finances. I did not bring that up, okay? That aspect I did not bring up. You did. Yeah? As I smugly drink my drink with a brimpy, bumpy pimp. Gosh. Life would have been easier without that. I actually had a few opportunities to pay it back from my stream earnings. No, I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that. Forget it. Okay. Just forget it. I was the most lordly holier than thou sip of a drink. I could divulge my finances, but that would reveal just how much of a winner I am. True, you are a winner. Dr. Johns, you are a winner. And not let anyone tell you otherwise. A second that cartoon, Powerpuff Girls. I'm not a loser. I'm not a loser. It's those Powerpuff Girls that are the losers. I think it was in the pilot episode or something. Hey. And that's the truth of the matter. That is the whole truth. That has been revealed to me in a dream. Which, by the way, we'll be talking about some news in a moment. We're just taking a break. Too much news is not good for the soul. God, it's been so cold lately. Have I complained about the cold yet? Have I complained about how much cold there's been yet recently? I used before HRT I used to be so much more resilient to cold. That's gone. That's gone completely. I used to have this friend. She was Japanese. She was the certified calligraphy mistress. She started a whole calligraphy school. And I would sort of be a helper at that calligraphy. Well, not exactly a helper. I would actually organize events because she was also a pianist. She also played the piano. So she was like a calligraphy person and a musician. And I organized events for her to play at a certain place that I had access to. And she used to call me a robot because I'm a weirdo at heart. I used to super underdress in the winter and not be cold. And then I would super overdress in the summer and never be hot. That was my weird thing that I would, for some godforsaken reason, do. And I remember her saying one time, "You're never too cold. You're never too hot. You're like some robot." I was like, I guess. But that's gone. That's gone forever. I'm not a robot anymore. I'm just a regular human now. When it gets cold, I'm dying. Oh God. I miss being a robot. I do. Ugh, I wish I was a robot again. I wish I'd be like, cold? Nah, it's fine. It's okay. I'm good. I'm not good. I remember when I was in high school, I want to say maybe it was between primary school and high school. No, it was, oh God, it was primary school. It was 100% primary school. It must have been primary school because I was still living at that house, this house, before I was whatever. Let's not talk about it. It was heavy winter. I was a young teen. Hello, convenient Estelle. I was a young teen back then. It was a heavy winter. What's this? What the hell is this? It was a super heavy winter. It was super snowing. The last bus directly to my house that is here was already done away with and gone. So I had to take a trip on foot from the train station to my house. Like I think the snow went past my ankles or something, and it kept snowing and the wind was blowing, and all I think I think it was at least -10, maybe more. It was extremely cold, and all that I was wearing on me was a t-shirt and a coat that did not zip. So it was open. It was open all the time. I couldn't close it. Okay? T-shirt, coat that would not zip up. And I just went in that cold. It was like, I don't even remember how I ended up in a situation when it was fully snowing, blizzard, wind blowing, and I'm in a coat that cannot zip in a t-shirt. Smack middle of the winter. And I go shivering at the side of the road, you know? And suddenly, because there's always a creepy element to these stories, I had my hair long. And whenever I had my hair long, people would not unfrequently sort of clock me as a girl. That happened. That happened in the past. Makes me wonder if I maybe should have considered HRT earlier in life. Whatever. Too late. Too late now for regrets. So some car stopped at the side of the road. The door opened slowly, and inside was this guy who looked at me. And gestured inside of the car for me to hop in. Reminder I was a young teen at the time. And I was like shivering, looking. No, thank you. Even at that desperate state of only wearing a t-shirt, a thing that would not zip up, dying of cold in the blizzard, I looked at that guy inside of that car, gesturing for me to come in. I was like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. And was like, eh. And he drove off. And that's my story. Cool? Was this an amazing, cool story or what? Was this not amazing? When the wind is slow and the fire is hot, the vulture waits to see what the rots. Oh, how pretty all the scenery. This is nature's sacrifice. What an amazing poem. And so, that is what happened. That was my thing. Gosh. I think I left everybody speechless with my amazing story. I personally think that story was amazing. Where's my Ukraine armband thing? Did I leave it in Ukraine? Did I leave it in Ukraine, actually? I live in the Midwest. I ain't called till ye. What? Diamonds? Wow. Nobody. I'm never telling any stories again. I'm never telling any more stories again, okay? Nobody appreciates. Nobody's like, oh, cool, Lucy. What a story. What a story, Mark. Even Mark from the room at least got the courtesy of hearing, ha ha ha. What a story, Mark. Thank you. Was it a heartwarming story? Even I shake my head at my own humor sometimes. When I was little, I walked home instead of talking. When I walked home, I was little. I walked home instead of taking the bus. I remember that I'd passed by this property absolutely littered with cigarettes. I later realized it was a rehab center. And then when near there was a spot in the trees with a bunch of kids' clothes and underwear littered in the grass into the woods. It was a cold opener, true. Well, we only exist in text form, so it's hard to emote. That's not true. You have a whole collection of emotes. It's actually very easy for you to emote. I've drawn a whole spectrum of emotes for you to draw upon. A quick reminder that for the small amount of $5, you too can actually order your own custom emote. People used to do that, but they've never done it in a million years. People used to say, I want this and that emote and pay me $5 and then I would draw it. A lot of emotes were born that way, you know? It's true. It's actually true. I have one more story, but I'll just keep it for later. I have one more story to consider. The long one that I talked about with someone on DMs. Although I'm not really sure if I haven't shared it already. There's a really weird story. about a person that I met one time on a bus. I asked you a long time ago to make an emote of my with Ukraine hair colored hair, but you never really? Did you? I don't remember. Why not tell? Because it's a long story. I cannot tell one story after the other. Don't I have to like spoon feed you? Drip like aid? See? So many cool emotes. So many good emotes. So many good emotes. One of those was not actually drawn by me. The trans duck on the lower left was actually not drawn by me. It was drawn by a member of the Riley Grace Rochon community for me as a gift to use as an asset. I remember that. That's right. My beginnings as a not even a content creator, my beginnings of online presence were in the Riley Grace Rochon um server as a member of the community. Because I was like, I'm trying to sort of safely experiment with the whole transnet thing. I'm sort of trying to safely sort of join a community when I'll be able to sort of be trans, I guess. So whose sort of thing should I join? I thought to myself. Vaush? Vosh? There were a few choices that I considered then. And then I saw this person who was very sort of calm, collected. I saw a few videos of them. I saw them being a moderator in the debate, and they were very sort of calm, collected, and sort of put together in that as well. And I thought to myself, you know what? That sort of demeanor, that sort of calm, collected demeanor, that sort of way of being speaks to me. So I guess I will join this person's community. And that person was Riley Grace Rochon. That person was Riley Grace Rochon. And that's how it all began. See? Now you got my origin story. That was my origin story. And then I sort of decided to start the stream without a voice, without a face, without anything. Some people from that community sort of offered to make me my own Discord. They made me my own Discord, the Giggle Cord, as it exists now. Sort of, it was first created by a few people from Riley Grace Rochon's community. And then I started streaming on my, I believe, 15-year-old computer that could not handle anything. It would freeze when too many people would come to streamers. It was so I did not have a face. I did not have a voice. I chatted with the chat by sort of manually typing in the chat, and I'm pretty sure I had an 11/15-year-old computer to work with to do the streams. Good times. Good times. See? My computer does not freeze with the Oberry. Okay? Jesus. It is a pretty good computer that I'm using now. Wow. Nobody's impressed with my origin tale. Ugh. Whatever. Now I'm double Also, you're white. I just noticed. Now I'm double confident. No, it didn't. I'm double confident. You should donate and check. You should donate and find out. Also, I'm double confident now that I should never tell you any stories. Okay? You don't appreciate. I just told you my origin story. Nobody's impressed. That's why I paid for the sub, and yet you're white. Why? I just said why. Nobody likes my stories. I just told you my origin story, and nobody's impressed. Ugh. You see, you're moody. I know. I'm on hormones. I'm literally pumped with estrogen. Of course I'm moody. Like a teen. Of course I'm moody. There are people in closer vicinity that have to deal with my moodiness on a regular basis. I pity them. But it happens. They all take it like champs. Sort of. Kind of. Maybe. No Stardew Valley yet. We still have politics. Jesus. First of all, we still have politics to go through, okay? Just because I told a few nice stories, it does not mean there's no politics to talk about. Thank you very much. Also, we're gonna check if President Sunday is streaming still. He betrayed me once again. President Sunday, I'm being kind to you by not raiding you, actually. Actually, when I don't raid you ever, I'm doing you a kindness of sorts. See? Oh no, he's still on. Never mind. Maybe I still have a chance. Maybe there's still a chance for me. What is going on here? What the hell is... Jesus. I just saw something funny. I apologize. I just... Well, and suddenly life became much more amusing to me. Your politics, Lucy. Yes. Wait, nobody said anything in all this time. Never apologize. I actually always apologize for everything. I apologize for living. I'm sorry. I always apologize. I'm impressed. I'm 3 minutes behind. Oh, thank you. Also, do you have this thing? Joining our GR Discord now. Oh, you're joining our GR Discord? Because you talked them up so much. A lawyer. And also, and this is worth being said, Riley Grace Rochon. Well, Riley Grace Rochon is herself trans. Also, Riley Grace Rochon happens to be a proud Marylander. Okay? Riley Grace Rochon is from Maryland. See? It all checks out, doesn't it? It all comes together like a big puzzle. It all makes sense now, doesn't it? I think so. There's also another great Marylander, by the way. Josie Rose. And she was the first streamer to have me on her show, even though she's not been streaming for a long time. And we had a very nice long conversation. She's also from Maryland. So I had great experiences with two trans streamers from Maryland. So there you go. Right? I was at the soup kitchen and there was this short guy who said my glasses were masculine. What does that mean? Damn. Your glasses were masculine. But what does that even indicate? What is that? What is it? What is that even an indicator of? Having masculine glasses. See? Doesn't this make a whole lot more sense now? The Maryland nationalism becoming toxic. No, it doesn't. It does not. Is it my fault that great people just happen to be from Maryland? They make me look like a guy the most. Your glasses were masculine. They made me look like a guy the most. How can your glasses make you look like a guy? Josie Rose. Rose. Like the flower. Rose. Josie Rose. Like the flower rose. Josie Rose. A great person. Damn, I should have her. I'm gonna DM Josie Rose right now. I'm gonna DM her right now. I've decided I need to have her on the show. Where are you, Josie Rose? Where are you, Josie Rose? Josie Rose, Josie Rose, Josie Rose. She mainly does stuff on the thing called The Line now, which, yeah, The Line, which is a show created by an atheist creator. Social Birds. Oh, I'm in the Social Birds. I'm in the Social Birds. Aw. Have a content creator role at Josie Rose's server. Hey, hello. Would you not like to come on stream one and talk to me about politics and about the greatness of Maryland? Question mark. I'm gonna correct my greatness of Maryland. Hello? Would you not like to come on stream? One day and talk to me about and oh Jesus, fair enough. And the greatness of Maryland. I'm sending the message. I'm sending the message. There you go. Message sent. Message sent. Oh, wow. Holy moly. What is this, Dr. Johns? What have you written? I mean, there are glasses that are more associated with guys' shapes. Really? Is that a thing? Oh, can you link their channel on Discord? Yeah, I can, I guess. Hold on. I have a Discord. I can invite you to her Discord, I think. Hold on. Yeah, I can invite you to her Discord. Where are you, Philip August? I'm gonna invite you to the Discord. I've invited you to the Discord. Alright. Perfect. So how are we feeling after this dose of lore on my origins as a streamer? We okay? This should have been like oh my gosh, Lucy's beginnings were so tough and stuff and I should donate. Or whatever. Right? Yeah? Huh? It is interesting to know that so many people are from Maryland. I know. That's why. That's why it's great. Okay? That's why Maryland's great. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. It was, whoa, overrepresentation. Perfect. That means I've done my job. That means I've done my job correctly. Donate to spread CRT and woke. Yes. And DEI. Diversity. Or was it whatever? I'm a DEI hire. I'm a DEI hire. Diversity, equity, inclusion hire. That's what it stands for, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion, or whatever. Is that what DEI stands for? Or is it something else? Write in the chat. Write in the chat. Yeah. 1984. Yes, I believe so. Oh. I actually guessed correctly. What do you know? There are things I sometimes do well. I should know what it stands for. I am it. There's a slight delay. There's always a slight delay. I'm in Poland, the 5th world country. Duck, equity, inclusivity. Yes. Yes, correct. Oh, maybe I'm already... Blah, blah, blah. Oh, Philip August has written to me. I'm gonna respond with a duck hug. I'm gonna respond with a hug. All right. Jesus, God. uh, I should have more debates. Would anyone like to call in and debate me? Philip August, you should find me a debate enemy. Maybe I should heed the advice of that person that was in the chat once and debate Andrew Wilson. What do you think? Should I debate Andrew Wilson? Is that a good idea? From the Crucible? Andrew Wilson? Oh, you want to call me now? Okay. Let's go. You're in my DMs. You can just call me. You can just call right now, and debate me. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. I'm in. Call. Call in. Please no. Wait, please no what? Chrissy Gibsy. Wait. Did you just chat for the very first time ever just to tell me not to debate Andrew Wilson from the Crucible? Why don't you want me to debate Andrew Wilson? Also, while we're at it, please consider helping me to get the camera and debate or ban. I'm not President Sunday. Debate or ban. Yes. Oh. Well then, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? How did you find the stream? Do you enjoy this stream? What do you not enjoy about this stream? What are the pluses and minuses? Also, will you join the page lucyhaza.org/live and help me get funds for my camera so that I can go and interview people rescued from the occupied zones in Ukraine? See? Here you go. You got the full set of questions. As all new viewers do. And then I scare them away and they never return to watch any more streams. So maybe I should change strategy. But I don't want to change strategy. My strategy is great. Lucy, do you have any song or audio-centric entertainment recommendation for a long day? Yes. Audiobooks. Preferably an audiobook called Economy Beginner's Guide or something by some author or the other. That's a great book to listen to. You should. It teaches you about economics. You should listen to an audiobook about economics on a long day. It'll make time fly. It'll make and it's gone. And you've learned a ton about economics. I believe I've given you valuable and great advice. Right? Oh God, economics sounds dreadfully dull. No. It's great. Alternatively, you can listen to a history audiobook. I am in VC if you want to debate this important topic, but no pressure. Wait, where are you? What VC are you in? Okay, what VC are you in? Where are you? Giggle cord. Okay, I can go to global. I thought you just called me privately, but yeah. Answered that last time I was here from the PS3 a while ago. More stories, I'm broke. I will give you more stories. But first, we have to do more politics. Does someone else have recommend? Oh, wow. Thank you, Greater Ryan. Jesus. I know. I can read the writing on the wall. Damn. I mean, Spotify. I guess Spotify is my third recommendation after economics and history. All right. Spotify. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. There's one thing that's really bothering me, which is that more people need to donate to Lucy Haza at lucyhaza.org.
That's right. And you know how to pronounce my surname correctly.
Or I can approximate it using American sounds.
Because
Anyway.
a lot of people say that it should be Hayes. And some people say that it sounds like that Lucy Hayes sounds like a cyberpunk character that sells cyberpunk future drugs.
Oh. Do you?
No. But
Okay.
I've heard from some people that Lucy Hayes sounds like a cyberpunk character that brings you to the Cybertruck and sells you the good.
That does sound pretty cool. Yeah.
I see. Well, I'm not cool. I'm not the cool Lucy Hayes. I'm the lame and boring Lucy Haza.
I think you tell it as a story where you interrogate why is Lucy Hayes cool and Lucy Haza not. And it's because of some kind of, bias that they have.
True. So what's on your mind? What do you want to debate me on? We'll destroy
I think you.
Yes.
I think you need to call into more shows if you want to aggressively grow your audience.
Yeah, I try, but nobody wants to talk to me.
Well, I think that I have some examples of things that you could probably call into, and examples of how
Like
I argue this has been successful for other people.
Riverboat Jack does not want to talk to me. Who says that the
Not yet.
The trans community is not as what's it called, tight knit as it sounds.
Indeed, yeah.
Legends of Adventures. What? That's exactly what someone who sells cyber drugs would say. Oh. Oh, damn.
I wish that I were advanced enough to start trash talking Riverboat Jack right now to try to create a whole narrative that she needs to let you call, but I can't. I'm not to that level of professionalism yet.
Professionalism?
Mm-hmm.
Trash talking?
At creating these beefs and everything.
I see. So see, Riverboat Jack does not want to talk to me. I've never secured a talk with Chariot, but Chariot seems to have their own problems right now, from what I'm hearing.
Oh, good luck to them. I think.
Well,
I don't know about them.
Just some strange controversy that I've heard of. You know what? Who I could. There is a prison that I could probably surefire call into, but I'm not sure if you'd want me to.
Mm-hmm.
Destiny.
Yeah, do it.
Do it?
Get his ass. Yeah, I mean, it's a question of, in my opinion, of course, it's up to you, whether you want to handle the stress of that.
What stress?
And the aggravation. Well, if it doesn't cause you any stress, then that's awesome. I mean, if I were you, it would cause.
Why would it cause me stress?
I don't want to speculate so that I end up making you stressed, because it's better to be like you, where you don't let it stress you out.
You can speculate. It's fine.
Well, if I were
yeah.
Oh, just if I were a new streamer, it would be annoying to argue with a genocidal shithead and this one with a community that likes to go after people.
I
But
mean,
uh,
I didn't have
you
a,
will destroy him in the marketplace of ideas. So
I didn't have a problem talking to Loner Box
this is true.
twice. Like, I don't know. It reminds me of that time when I guess I'm giving the audience a freebie story because of this. It triggered a freebie story. Are you ready for my freebie story?
Lore unlocked.
Yes, I used to have a awful office job. We were doing a really big project for millions upon millions of Polish złotys, and my boss was like, "Oh my God, you have to do this thing real quick before our higher boss returns. We have 30 minutes to do this big thing right now, this big task. We have to start right now in a few minutes. I will explain it real quick and you will have to do it, but there's a really tight time limit that you'll have to do it in, and it's all really stressful, and oh my God, you know?" And I was calmly standing, then listening to his explanation. I was like, okay, okay, sure, okay. And was like, "Roughly calm about all this. You don't seem to be phased at all. You don't seem to be nervous at all." That was my boss. And I was like, would you like it more if I panicked? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, the realities of office work.
Well, that's why you're the great Lucy Haza and we're just chatters. That's pretty awesome.
What?
That's why you're the great Lucy Haza and we're just chatters. That is pretty awesome.
I'm not great. Lucy, I must depart because I'm tired and I work tomorrow. Thanks for the stream and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Good night.
All right, but we're supposed to debate, I think.
Correct. So my problem
With me.
that I have, yes, is that you refuse to engage the other streamers that have open call-ins.
Who has open call-ins?
I will give you 3 examples.
Okay.
Okay, the first example is
Destiny has open call-ins.
the second example then is Matt Binder, who has weekly call-ins.
Wait,
Matt Binder, are you familiar with the Majority Report?
I am.
He is a former producer and rotating guest of the Majority Report, and he has his own show, which has some overlap, I think, with your audience. It definitely has an overlap with Shakespeare's audience.
How big is that creator?
He's pretty big. Let me see how many. He's mostly on YouTube, and I will see how many subscribers he has.
All right.
He also hosts the Leftist Mafia show, which is even bigger.
Hmm.
But he has 35,000 subscribers, which I'll be honest is less than I thought.
That's just respectable. Open call-ins. What days?
Let me see.
And I'm gonna.
It's definitely usually the same day of the week, but I cannot figure out. He had a call-in show on. Let me see. He had a call-in show on October 23rd, which would have been what day? A Wednesday. So either Wednesday or random, I guess. But I think Wednesday.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, let me get one more data point and see if it's also a Wednesday. And then if it is, I'll feel better.
No, tomorrow's a Friday.
That's true. You can convince me of anything. You've trapped me in your web of words.
What?
You've trapped me in your web of words. You convinced me that. Yes, and you convinced me that it was Wednesday, and now my credibility is ruined.
Oh. It's the 22nd also, not the 23rd tomorrow.
Okay, so he also, never mind, he did one on Monday also. Oh, but that was because of the election.
That's a good suggestion. Love Matt. No Chance of getting brigaded by transphobes, Sacrum Destiny or Andrew Andrew Wilson. Should I
Matt-
debate Andrew Wilson? Do you think?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Do you think I do well? Do you know Andrew Wilson?
I don't know Andrew Wilson, but
Oh,
you will destroy anyone. You will destroy anyone, so it doesn't matter.
I
It's
see.
just a question of whether it's worth the aggravation to you. But you're already willing to debate Destiny, so.
I see.
Okay, the thing about Matt Bender, especially, well, maybe I've convinced you already, but there are several smaller streamers who have called into Matt Bender who have had good calls and seem to have grown their audience as a result. I can't
Yeah?
prove that.
Okay.
I can't prove
nice.
that that's what happened, but there are a few Twitch streamers, Argonian Bum, Peacefire Now.
How do I call into Matt Bender?
He gives you the instructions on the show, but he has a phone number
Oh
and he
my
has
god.
he has a Skype also.
Oh god, such ancient
You need
methods.
Yeah, no Discord. I believe he may be
gosh.
adding one,
Oh
but yeah, he's
no.
got a
This
Skype and a
sounds
phone number.
debate.
I
Good
have
idea.
Skype on my phone purely just to call Matt Bender.
All right, I guess I'm gonna. Okay, so okay, that's one
Yep.
person that has open call-ins. Who else?
hmm The second one is our friend DBZ. He has a channel point redeemed to call into the show for 100,000 points. I'm at 92,000. So in a couple of weeks, I think I will have enough.
I
If
don't
you
know.
want me to just contribute that.
I don't know. They seem pretty busy.
They do, but they said they'll be back in the United States maybe in December. I've actually already redeemed 2 call into the shows to try to get other people onto the show.
Interesting. And have they
So I'm
ever
kind of
called in?
stacking them. Not yet, because I was kind and chose to delay it until he was back in the United States. But he did agree that he did say that he wanted to interview one of the people that I suggested.
Who are they? Who are they?
It's actually, I gave him a list of like 2 or 3 people, and he said he'd like to do one of them, and then I got interest back from one of them, and it hasn't happened yet, so
No.
I don't want to say yet.
Okay.
But so he is open to that.
I see. We'll see.
The
The third person?
third one, this is my weakest argument. But there is a pretty big streamer called Gremlo. I have no idea what his schedule is, but I saw that he was streaming with some open call-ins one day. So I can only imagine that maybe he does that. I can spell that one in the chat if you want.
Like Gremlin?
Exactly, but then it ends in LOE.
Oh.
I thought of a fourth one as well.
Present Sunday? I already do talk to President Sunday.
That's true, yeah.
I already talked to President Sunday.
The other one is your friend Javon Bradley takes calls. I guess only if you want to argue with him. But
yeah.
You could create a manufactured beef.
Even my real beefs don't end in beef, so the manufactured one would be even less.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then of course, the Majority Report also takes calls, although it's very difficult to get into them.
Oh no.
But of course, we have examples of successful streamers who grew their audience, or in some case, even started their audience by being callers into that show. You know, Mike from PA.
Oh God, do I?
Yeah. So you could be the next. You could be the next Mike from PA.
Oh my God!
Also,
what a dream to be the next Mike from PA. Oh my gosh.
And also, Left of the Box grew their audience a lot through their association with the Majority Report.
No, maybe.
But that one's difficult.
Mike from PA.
It's very hard to get on there.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Mike from PA. Oh.
The other thing I will note with respect to Riverboat Jack is that on their Twitch channel, she does have a very cheap channel point redeem to guide the raid. So if you do end up dual streaming, maybe you can't get her to call you, but you can force her to raid you and notice you.
True. So I guess the takeaway from this discussion is that I should call into Destiny.
Yeah, or Dick's Tiny, as I call it.
Oh, that is not very nice. So,
No.
what was your opinion of the whole thing that came out? Since I have you here in the voice chat.
I don't really follow. It's something about Laura Loomer, right? I don't really know.
Lauren Southern.
Oh, Lauren Southern. I'm sorry.
The person that did the whole documentary about refugees.
Okay. I don't really know who that is. But I know that she's bad.
Yeah, she's pretty bad. I'd say so. She's friends with Alexander Dugin. That makes a person pretty bad in my book.
And I don't know what they did, but I assume that's also bad because I already hate him.
Actually, Lauren Southern debated DBZ on the topic of the death of Alexander Dugin's daughter. If you're interested in ever watching.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a thing that happened at some point.
That sounds scary.
And then a weird thing happened during that debate when she told him something along the lines of, wait, you're not giving me the right translation of this text. I'm giving you the right translation of this text. And he was like, wait, what? I double, triple, and quadruple checked with my translator. What seems to be the problem? And then later he looked into it, and it turned out that the translator of Lauren Southern was the personal translator of Alexander Dugin or something like that. So an extremely unbiased guy, person, or whatever.
That's pretty funny though. So they indirectly made her look bad, I guess. So that's good, right?
Sort of. I mean, she made herself look bad.
So
at least that should have been the result. But you know.
So then is Dugin a CIA plant to make her look bad?
No, Dugin is like this fascistic Russian philosopher who's basically philosophy is the philosophy on which Putin based a lot of his ideas.
Well, I bet he's a scapegoat that the CIA has created to associate with Putin to make Putin look bad.
Of course, everything's about the CIA.
I want to see whether Alexander Dugin has ever spoken in the United States for an NGO, because if that's the case, then that NGO has probably gotten money from the NED or Pierre Omidyar or George Soros or something.
My goodness. What is happening? Weren't we debating? I won. I feel like I've won this debate.
Yeah, I think you have. You won by sort of conceding a little bit, and now I look totally unreasonable.
True. As all my debate opponents end up looking, apart from some that sort of, let's drop it.
Yeah, no, but my goal was just to grow your brand. So the fact that I've been completely destroyed is okay.
Nice, thank you. I am trying to grow, but it feels like an uphill battle. Look, there's only 6 people in the audience right now.
Yeah, well, I am pretty annoying, but I think in the long run it'll be beneficial.
What a low-tier interlocutor, says Moha. Jesus, Moha. It is not nice. What a dishonest guy. What are your pronouns?
Me?
Yeah.
Me? Yeah, I'm he, him.
Okay. See, I don't assume, Moho.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right.
At least you're not a bigot like me where I mix up Laura versus Lauren.
True. So yes. What would your feedback be on my stream? You've been watching quite a lot of my streams, I think. What is your feedback for me?
I think just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, it seems like you've been doing about the same thing for a while, slowly growing, and the two things you've changed are making more of an effort to reach out to other streamers, and then that this whole thing of categorizing your content more sharply, and those two things seem like a good idea.
Nice.
And then your IRL stuff is super based, but it costs money, so people need to donate at lucyhasa.org.
That's true. That's true.
That's really the main thing.
I've had pretty big expenses with the translators, and I'll have to translate those things extra again as well. So that's a
Okay,
thing.
yeah.
Oh well. I have to get that camera. Oh my gosh. I have to go to that press thing. Oh well. You know,
What press thing?
office.
Oh, gotcha. You mean to like get approval or whatever, or like assistance to?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes. That's right. So yes.
Well, I'll turn off the irony poison persona for a second just to say seriously, like, thank you so much for everything that you're doing.
No,
I
I'm
think
not.
I've kind of said my piece, but
I don't really do very much. I should do a little bit more. But you know, a baby step starts with a step, as they say. A quack is a duck, and they walk, and they fly. That is my response to all this.
yours.
You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens when I get the thingies. And I should start writing based on what I've already had, the free interviews. Like one of the
Yeah.
translators cried during the interview with the psychologist.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It was pretty. I'm actually considering asking the organization person if I could not maybe actually interview the children as well. And
Oh yeah.
how I
Wow.
would go about it would be that I would take that psychologist. I would have the psychologist actually talk to the children. I would ask the questions to the psychologist, and then the psychologist would choose the best way to ask the children the questions, and then they would answer to the psychologist, and then they would answer to me. Sort of. It's sort
Yeah.
of how
Yeah.
I would envision it happening.
That seems like a good idea. I don't really know, but that seems like a good way to be considerate and do it correctly.
And we'll see. We'll see if that'll even be a possibility. And of course, I'd have to have the translator. So it'll be a whole operation, this sort of thing.
Once you produce this stuff, where we can read your work?
I don't know yet, actually. That's why I'm going to the press offices.
Gotcha.
It's gonna be in
Okay,
Polish,
but
so I will have to translate it. So if anything, I'm probably gonna go share it with people, the translated version, because I'm preparing it in Polish for now, so it would be published in Polish.
that's awesome. Yeah, but I'm sure we can find it at lucyhayes.org, right?
Yeah, I would focus more on talking with like-minded creators and demonstrate your knowledge to a friendly audience instead of trying to pick a fight with no clout. True. But who are those friendly creators that want to talk to me? They're nowhere to be found. All right. So I guess
Yep,
I
that's about all
won.
I've got. I surrender.
I guess I won the debate.
Yep. I'm gonna surrender and then go on my own channel and try to reframe it as though I won, but it's gonna be difficult
Thank you.
to cut that together like that.
So I guess I'll disconnect now and I'll do the politics thing and then I'll finish for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good luck.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Quack, quack, quack.
Yes. Quack. Quack said a duck. All right. All right. So what happens now is I'm gonna talk about the newest news. The newest thing that happened just yesterday or today still for some. Oh my gosh. True, Maho. True. This was bullshit. Wow. Well, damn. I did not see this coming. What about the oldest news? It's too late. They're not. You better not delete the VOD. I will not. I won't even unlist it. I actually had to unlist the last VOD for a reason that I will not disclose. But somewhat. Let's just say that I've been requested to unlist the last VOD, and I obliged. Okay, thank you. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the fact that Russia, claiming it to be as a response to all of the permissions that Ukraine has received to shoot long-range missiles, has supposedly shot. It's been an ongoing story. The story was that Russia has supposedly shot an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, into Ukraine. There have been very mixed reports on whether or not it was actually an ICBM. Ukraine said it was. Some other sources said that it wasn't. I think the US source. Russia, for a while during the day, has been very tight-lipped about it. Spokespeople have received sort of like instructions to not talk about it, and then we had news we had all slew of news about the intercontinental ballistic missile being shot. We're going to take a look at one of them. Kyiv reports Russia's first intercontinental ballistic missile launch of ongoing war. Russia fired an intercontinental ballistic missile during an attack on the Ukrainian city of Dnipro on Thursday. Kyiv's Air Force said in what would be the first use in war of a weapon designed to deliver long-distance nuclear strikes. Some people have speculated that since Russia has used this type of weapon, it sort of sends. I guess some speculated that it was to keep itself even still out of range of Ukraine's attacks. Some claimed that it was a little bit of a threat from Russia, saying these missiles are made to hold nuclear warheads. This time the missile does not have a nuclear warhead, but maybe next time it will, something like that. Security experts said it would be the first military use of an ICBM. ICBMs are strategic weapons designed to deliver nuclear warheads and are an important part of Russia's nuclear deterrent. So using it even without a nuclear warhead would be sort of like a big deal. Today, there was a new Russian missile. All the characteristics, speed, altitude, are of an intercontinental ballistic missile, so it was not 100% confirmed. An expert investigation is currently underway, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said in a video statement. And the Ukrainian Air Force said the missile was fired, not fried. Typo. From the Russian region of Astrakhan, more than 700 kilometers from Dnipro in central eastern Ukraine. It did not specify what kind of warhead the missile had or what type of missile it was. There was no suggestion it was nuclear armed. It wasn't. We now know that it wasn't. Asked about the Ukrainian Air Force statement, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters to contact the Russian military for comment. Ukrainska Pravda, Kyiv-based media outlet, cited anonymous sources saying the missile was an RS-22 Rubes, a solid-fueled intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 5,800 kilometers, according to the Arms Control Association. And there's more speculation about it being an ICBM, totally unprecedented. The NATO military alliance did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The US European Command said it had nothing on the reported use of an ICBM. Actually, some US sources sort of claim that it wasn't one. If true, this will be totally unprecedented and the first actual military use of ICBM. Not that it makes a lot of sense given their price and precision. And Andriy Baklitsky on the UN Institute of Disarmament Research posted on X. German security expert Ulrich Quen posted, "It looks like as if Russia has today used an intercontinental ballistic missile in a war for the first time in history against the civilian target in Dnipro." Oh, there you go. Some military experts said the ICBM launch, if confirmed, could be seen as an act of deterrence by Moscow following Kyiv strikes into Russia with Western weapons this week. An ICBM launch can certainly be seen as a threatening gesture, potentially in response to the lifting of restrictions on ATACMS and Storm Shadow. Its means of deterrence, said European military source. So yeah. And now, later, Russia itself has sort of confirmed what sort of missile it was. Putin admits firing new hypersonic ballistic missile at Ukraine and threatens West with the same. Among the threats was the threat to attack Poland's new missile base, by the way. Russian President Vladimir Putin said on Thursday that Russia had launched a hypersonic medium-range ballistic missile attack on a Ukrainian military facility and warned the West that Moscow could strike the military installations of any country whose weapons were used against Russia. Alright, let's see it happen. Let's see Russia attack the UK. Let's see Russia attack France, which is a nuclear power. And lastly, let us see Russia attack the United States of America, since it seems like in recent days Ukraine has in fact used weapons of these countries to strike within Russia, so there should be a response. Please attack those countries' military installations. Please make my day. Please do it. Do it, Russia. I dare you. Putin accused the West of escalating the conflict in Ukraine by allowing Kyiv to strike Russia with long-range missiles, and that the conflict was becoming global. It was sort of global all this time, in the sense that many countries from around the globe were sort of adding their little pieces to this conflict. He had also, because inviting North Korean troops directly into the war does not make it global at all. Introducing whole contingents from Asia. Oh yeah, that's not escalation at all. That is not globalizing the conflict in the slightest. No. It's the ATACMS permission that does that, of course. Naturally. He added that Russia had conducted combat tests on the Oreshnik Hazel hypersonic missile system in response to the actions of NATO countries, specifically the US and the UK, against Russia. Putin said, and I quote, "In combat conditions, one of the newest Russian medium-range missile systems was tested, among other things, in this case with a ballistic missile in a nuclear-free hypersonic equipment. We consider ourselves entitled to use our weapons against the military facilities of those countries that allow their weapons to be used against our facilities, Putin said, vowing that in case of an escalation of aggressive actions by the West, the Kremlin would respond just as decisively and symmetrically. I recommend that the ruling elites of those countries that are hatching plans to use their military contingents against Russia seriously think about this. So, more of their usual threats. We might attack you, we might throw nukes at you. None of those threats have any weight behind them, quite frankly. None of them. Several hours early, Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova was phoned during a live briefing and told not to comment on reports that Russia had fired a ballistic missile at Ukraine, according to a video of the briefing that picked up the telephone conversation. Asked about the conversation by Russian state news agencies, Zakharova said that while preparing for the briefing, she had asked experts for clarification on certain topics, as is standard practice. That's one way to put it, isn't it? New kind of missile. Ukraine said Russia fired the new kind of missile at the city of Dnipro on Thursday, and while there was debate over what kind, it appeared to be a nuclear-capable weapon that carried multiple warheads in a further escalation of the 23-month-old war. A group of glowing projectiles could be seen plummeting to the ground from the night sky in a video published by Come Back Alive. I know that organization. I would love to talk to them. A Ukrainian military charity. It said the video was of Dnipro overnight. I should contact them again. I should write them again. Come Back Alive. Let's see. These are like the missiles. That's the video. Kyiv said Russia had used an intercontinental ballistic missile, a weapon designed for long-distance nuclear strikes and never before used in war. It could be sort of a threat of, we used it without the nuclear warheads this time, but who knows, maybe next time they will contain them. 3 US officials said it was an intermediate range ballistic missile that has a smaller range. Security experts said that if the Dnipro strike involved an intercontinental ballistic missile, it would be the first use of such a missile in war. ICBMs are strategic weapons designed to deliver nuclear warheads and are an important part of Russia's nuclear deterrent. Intermediate range ballistic missiles have range of 3,000 to 5,500 kilometers. ICBM or IRBM, not important. Whether it was an ICBM or an IRBM, the range isn't the important factor, said Fabian Hoffmann, a doctoral research fellow at Oslo University who specializes in missile technology and nuclear strategy. The fact that it carried a MIRVed, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle payload, that basically, the MIRV thing basically means that you have multiple warheads, that you can pack with multiple nuclear warheads. Payload is much more significant for signaling purpose and is the reason Russia opted for it. This payload is exclusively associated with nuclear-capable missiles. Russia also fired a Kinzhal hypersonic missile and 7 Kh-101 cruise missiles, 6 of which were shot down, the Ukrainian Air Force said. The Air Force did not say what the ICBM targeted or whether it had caused any damage, but Regional Governor Serhiy Lysak said the missile attack damaged an industrial enterprise and set off fires in Dnipro. 2 people were hurt. 2 people were hurt. Reuters reported that a U.S. official said the United States was pre-notified by Russia shortly before its strike. Yes, this is one of the things that Vladimir Putin said, by the way. Reuters reported that a U.S. official said the United States was pre-notified by Russia shortly before its strike. Vladimir Putin basically said, we warned the U.S. before doing this. But did they warn us before the ATACMS and etc. attacks? Of an experimental and intermediate range ballistic missile on Dnipro through nuclear risk reduction channels. If true, this will be totally unprecedented and the first actual military use of ICBM. Not that it makes a lot of sense given their price and precision, Andriy Badlitsky of the UN Institute for Disarmament Research posted on X. German security expert Ulrich Kuhn posted, it looks as if Russia has totally used an intercontinental ballistic missile in a war for the first time in history. Against the civilian target in Dnipro. Some military experts said the ICBM launch, if confirmed, could be seen as an act of deterrence by Moscow following Kyiv strikes into Russia with Western weapons this week after restrictions on such strikes were lifted. And now we will also listen to the statement that he made. I need to find the one with some there you go. He also made a whole statement. We're gonna, I guess, read it. We're gonna read some of it. President of Russia Vladimir Putin. I would like to inform the military personnel of the Russian Federation Armed Forces, citizens of our country, our friends across the globe, and those who persist in the illusion that a strategic defeat can be inflicted upon Russia, about the events taking place today in the zone of the special military operation, specifically following the attacks by Western long-range weapons against our territory. So this is basically a statement that followed the permissions given by the US, the UK, and France, the attacks done by Ukraine. Of course, Russia would give us some sort of an official statement about that. That was predictable, of course. Predictable state of affairs. The escalation of the conflict in Ukraine, instigated by the West, continues. That is very funny considering that most of the escalation is being done by Russia without any repercussion, I would dare say. But go on. Tell us more about the Western escalation. Continues with the United States and its NATO allies previously announcing that they authorized the use of their long-range, high-precision weapons for strikes inside the Russian Federation. Experts are well aware, and the Russian side has repeatedly highlighted, that the use of such weapons is not possible without the direct involvement of military experts from the manufacturing nations. On November 19, 6 ATACMS tactical ballistic missiles produced by the United States, and on November 21st during a combined missile assault involving British Storm Shadow systems and HIMARS systems produced by the US, attacked military facilities inside the Russian Federation in the Bryansk and Kursk regions. From that point onward, as we have repeatedly emphasized in prior communications, the regional conflict in Ukraine Um the regional conflict in Ukraine provoked by the West, because of course it was all a Western provocation. The fact that Russia has invaded Ukraine has assumed elements of a global nature. Okay, I'm gonna ask this again. So I guess in the mind of Vladimir Putin, introducing North Korean troops into this special operation does not give it elements of global nature in the slightest. That's fine. That's cool. That's okay. Our air defense system successfully counteracted those incursions, preventing the enemy from achieving their apparent objectives, which apparently is not entirely true, but that's neither here nor there. The fire at the ammunition depot in the Bryansk region caused by the debris of ATACMS missiles was extinguished without casualties or significant damage. In the Kursk region, the attack targeted one of the command posts of our group north. Regrettably, the attack and the subsequent air defense battle resulted in casualties, both fatalities and injuries among the perimeter security unit and servicing staff. However, the command and the operational staff of the control center suffered no casualties and continues to manage effectively the operations of our forces to eliminate and push enemy units out of the Kursk region. Interesting. I'm really interested how much of that is true and how much of that is complete fabrication, because I don't trust Russia much as a source for accurate and reliable information. I wish to underscore once again that the use by the enemy of such weapons cannot affect the course of combat operations in the Special Military Operation Zone. Our forces are making successful advances along the entire line of contact, and all objectives we have set will be accomplished. Which begs the question, what are those objectives exactly? What is the full scope of these objectives? And how will it affect Donald Trump's plans to end the war quickly? In response to the deployment of American and British long-range weapons on November 21st, the Russian armed forces... Okay, now I see what's happening. Uh-oh. No way. Something wrong with that? No, that's not the one. My tablet cable seems to be malfunctioning. I sure hope it's not, because that would be very bad. I would not be able to afford to replace it, whatever. Let's think about it later. In response to the deployment of American and British long-range weapons on November 21st, the Russian armed forces delivered a combined strike on a facility within Ukraine's defense industrial complex. Well, I'm pretty sure the ICBM has been struck on the civilian region, but whatever. I guess Russia just does not see the difference. In field conditions, we also carried out tests of one of Russia's latest medium-range missile systems. In this case, carrying a non-nuclear hypersonic ballistic missile that our engineers named Oreshnik. The tests were successful, achieving the intended objective of the launch in the city of Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine, one of the largest and most famous industrial complexes from the Soviet Union era. Oh yeah, of course. That is one way to justify attacking civilians. That is one way to do it. which continues to produce missiles and other armaments, was hit, of course. Yeah, only military targets are attacked by Russia and none other. We're developing intermediate range and shorter range missiles in response to US plans to produce and deploy intermediate range and shorter range missiles in Europe and the Asia Pacific region. We believe that the United States made a mistake by unilaterally destroying the INF Treaty in 2019 under far-fetched pretext. Today, the United States is not only producing such equipment, but as we can see, it has worked out ways to deploy its advanced missile systems to different regions of the world, including Europe during training exercises for its troops. Moreover, in the course of these exercises, they are conducting training for using them. I wonder if there's gonna be any mention of that Polish missile base, permanent US base in Poland. As a reminder, Russia has voluntarily and unilaterally committed not to deploy intermediate range and shorter range missiles until US weapons of this kind appear in any region of the world. I don't trust Russia. To reiterate, we are conducting combat tests of the Oreshnik missile system in response to NATO's aggressive actions against Russia, because Russia's the victim, of course. Russia's the victims of its own aggression. Funny how that works. Our decision on further deployment of intermediate range and shorter range missiles will depend on the actions of the United States and its satellites. It's not even allies anymore, it's satellites. We will determine the targets during further tests of our advanced missile systems based on the threats to the security of the Russian Federation. We consider ourselves entitled to use our weapons against military facilities and apparently civilian cities. Of those countries that allow to use their weapons against our facilities, good luck with that. Good luck. Do it. Attack the UK. Attack France. Attack the United States. I dare you. Please do it. Please do it and see what happens. Mess around and find out, I guess. Yeah, Russia's totally gonna do it. Yeah, of course. And in case of an escalation of aggressive actions, we will respond decisively and in mirror-like manner. As I've said, the more empty threats Russia does, the less currency it actually holds. I recommend that the ruling elites of the countries that are hatching plans to use their military contingents against Russia seriously consider this. It goes without saying that when choosing, if necessary, and as a retaliatory measure, targets to be hit by systems such as Oreshnik on Ukrainian territory, we will in advance suggest that civilians and citizens of friendly countries residing in those areas leave danger zones. We will do so for humanitarian reasons. The authors of Bucha, Irpin, Izium, of countless sexual abuse, of countless murder, the army that murders basically all of prisoners of war, and when it actually gracefully captures them, tortures them to death or near death. Yes, Russia truly is an ally to humanitarianism. Truly. Russia is the biggest humanitarian force on earth. Openly and publicly, without fear of counter moves coming from the enemy, who will also be receiving this information. Why without fear? Because there are no means of countering such weapons today. Missile attack targets at speed of Mach 10, which is 2.5 to 3 kilometers per second. Air defense systems currently available in the world and missile defense systems air defense systems currently available in the world and missile defense systems being created by the Americans in Europe cannot intercept such missiles. It is impossible. I would like to emphasize once again that it was not Russia, but the United States that destroyed the international security system, and by continuing to fight, cling to its hegemony, they are pushing the world into a global conflict. There we have it. The fact that Russia invaded Ukraine, the fact that Russia is waging a genocidal war against Ukraine, Bucha Izyumirpin, all that, it's basically just the United States' fault. It's the United States provoked it all of its hegemony. Unforgivable. Unbelievable. It's the United States that destroyed the international security system, of course. There'll be no specification. There'll be no specifics given how exactly it did so, but whatever. Who cares about the fact that Russia is currently behind 40% of all misinformation in Africa as it tries to claw its way into the African space via its three main means. First being official channels, diplomacy, second being misinformation via the internet. And you have to know that over 300 million or more people in Africa have joined social media. And you also have to know that social media for many Africans are the primary source of consuming news. And that Russia is pumping a lot of resources into misinformation in the social media sphere that people in Africa consume. And the third branch of this effort is the Wagner Group, which have been renamed the African Corps. So, I'm sorry, what country is hard at work destroying the international security system? The one that's waging imperialistic genocidal war in Ukraine and is trying to sort of assert dominance in Africa through various means? Or is it maybe the United States? Like, I'll let you be the judge of that. Ridiculous. I'm sorry. There are things to criticize about the United States, but the United States is not responsible for Russia's actions. Like, not. Yeah, they've rebranded into the African Corps or something like that. It does, but it's the U.S. has its faults, but it is not responsible for Russia's actions. So let's not be like it's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous thing to say. We have always preferred and are ready to now to resolve all disputes by peaceful means. Bullshit. I'm sorry, that is such bullshit. I should not be swearing, but I've never heard bigger bullshit in my entire life. But we are also ready for any turn of events. If anyone still doubts this, make no mistake, there will always be a response. So that is a statement made by Vladimir Putin to all of this, to all the recent happenings, to all the permissions. It's basically Russia's response up to a whole collection of things. Missile permissions, probably also the Polish missile base, and a few other factors. I call bullcrap. I do not believe for a second that Russia will actually attack the United Kingdom. Not to even mention France, because they have nukes as well. Not in a million years do I believe that Russia would attack the United States. So all this comes off like as empty boasting. So yeah, that is it for now. I have one more topic but I will move it to tomorrow. The speculated upon plan of Russia to partition Ukraine into three distinct areas. One that would go to Russia, one that would be pro-Russian, and the western one that would be disputed between Poland, Romania, and Hungary. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Today, we're going to probably be finishing up the stream. Right? They will probably be finishing up. Because that's it. I've had enough for tonight at least. Right? Maybe we'll watch the debate between Cenk Uygur and Destiny. We'll see. Hum. So whom shall I raid into? Philip August. Always give me the... you always are the person that give me the... You know. Also, if anybody wants to donate one last moment, then I would be grateful because I'll be looking to start buying equipment. Alright. Let's try that. Unless I need permissions to raid them. If I do, then I won't. Apologies. I will raid provided that I can. Yeah, I can. Okay, let's raid them then. Dan from the internet. Yeah, let's raid them. Alright. Good night. Good night. I will see you. Let's see you tomorrow, which is today. Good night.